Today we're going to play Pokemon Red with only a Koffing. Koffing was awful in Pokemon Yellow, so I expect this to be a pretty painful experience. In terms of tier list stuff, last time we played Ekans, we finally got a Pokemon in the F tier. And if you hear things in the background, it's because we have a tiny new foster cat. And it's like a tiny... We don't know if it is a male cat or a female cat because on the slides from the foster agency it said female, and then on the carrying case when the cat arrived it said male. So we're just using gender neutral pronouns at the current time until they clarify the cat's gender. Anyways, this little cat, they're filled with energy because they're very tiny. And really want to see our other cats, so they're scratching at the door and putting their paw under the door and making lots of noise. So that's what you're hearing in the background while I'm streaming today. You're hearing the tiny cat. Today I think Koffing is destined for the Surge or Bruno tier. I would be very surprised if we get an F tier placement. I don't know if it's possible for us to beat Ekans' results. 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 15 seconds. In every way, it seems like Koffing is just a worse Pokemon. Let's make the case for that. So for base stats, its base stats are actually quite good if you look at its base stat total. But then when you start breaking them apart, you realize that it's got a sort of bad distribution. 40 HP, 65 attack, 95 defense, 35 speed, and 60 special. 60 special's nice, because we do get some coverage moves, some, and we have a 6.64% chance to crit because of our awful base speed. We are probably not going to outspeed stuff like the Champion's Alakazam. I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. We have medium fast growth rate, which is not amazing for the early game. And then in terms of move pool and coverage, we've got limited options. We start with Tackle and Smog. Through level up, we get Sludge at 32. That is our first level up move. At least it's the same type attack bonus move, and at least it is Sludge, the best poison type attack in the game, because Sludge Bomb doesn't exist until Generation 2. Beyond that, Smokescreen, Self-Destruct, Haze, and Explosion. Self-Destruct and Explosion are useless for solo challenges with my rules. Haze is essentially useless because it removes badge boosts, but I could see Smokescreen being useful. I hope that we don't have to resort to it. Through TM and HM, an incredibly limited set. I'm going to read every single move. Toxic Rage, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Mimic, Double Team, Bide, Self-Destruct, Fire Blast, Rest, Explosion, and Substitute. I think we're going to be using Thunderbolt and Fire Blast today. Maybe Mimic, probably Mimic, and maybe Bide and Rest. It's not great. Yeah, so Brock is going to be absolutely horrible, yes. Yeah, also no double edge, no body slam, no takedown even. So we might as well get started because this Brock split is going to be 20 minutes long. Oh, now we found the tunnel that makes a ton of noise. Perfect. Just what I need. Oh, and by the way, I missed streaming this on Sunday. If you're wondering why I miss some streams when I talk about streams, I should never commit to doing streams because real life stuff always comes up and I'm having to run around the city doing errands or something. And then I have 3.5 hours that I would stream in. And I'm not going to finish a stream in red version with Koffing in 3.5 hours. So if I'm not going to finish the stream, I'm not going to start the stream because doing just one playthrough is a recipe for disaster because I'm never going to come back and do the second playthrough. As is demonstrated by the fact that Drowsy is still not in this tier list. Closer to 30 minutes for Brock. Yeah, you might be right. Flicker Dart. Name it Bong Cloud. Oh my gosh. Use Substitute? We might have to use Substitute. I hope not, but we might have to. We'll see. Okay, I'm gonna start. Name. Yeah, let's do names. Names. What does Catalan mean? I don't know. I might just go with no nickname. Art. Oh, I like Stinky. I think I'm gonna go with Stinky. I affectionately call my cats and my wife sometimes Stinky when I'm like, I need just a cute name. The bomb would be funny. Yeah, yeah. Why not coffee? I feel like I need coffee today. I'm a bit tired. I think Stinky is appropriate because then when the rival says smell you later, he's referring to the Koffing. Okay. We're going to be picking Charmander so that he goes Squirtle. Everyone made good name suggestions, but this one is my favorite. Okay, so we start the game with Tackle and Smog. It is a rough set. I would like to poison as fast as possible here. So we're using Smog. We're not going to get it. Okay. But we'll still win. Look at that learn set. I know, right? Ah. Did I really just get no encounters there? Huh. Cool. Wow. Amazing. Did something not work properly? Because we should have encounters there. Oh, I'm glad you liked the layout from Paraspector's video. It was really fun making that. Oh, no, we do have encounters. We've just been getting lucky. Although unlucky in this case, because I do want to knock out Pokemon. I want to knock out absolutely everything I run into in the early game. There are no potions in that mart in red. That is a weird change between these games. Then we have high defense, and we are a poison type, so I think fighting the bugs is fine. Also, Smog is super effective. Smog is a terrible move with 70% accuracy. Probably one of the worst attacking moves in the game. Constrict is definitely worse because it never gets the super effective damage since it's a normal type move. But Smog is pretty bad. I think we just fight this guy right away. We will be doing Blackout training, but we're going to fight these people first because it tends to be the case. What I've been finding is with weak first stage Pokemon, fighting the what's his name? The junior trainer inside of Brock's gym, it ends up being almost impossible to beat him if you don't do some early training, and then you'll like lose the first battle and gain no experience, and then it's just awful. So I personally like to just go through the forest once, fight all the people in the forest, which is only 3 bug catchers in red and blue. There are 2 more people in yellow that you can fight. This gives me a little bit of levels, and then I can heal in Pewter City, and then fight the... I'm not going to fight this. And then fight the junior trainer over and over again. With fully evolved Pokemon, if you have to train for Brock, I think it does make sense to skip as many of these trainers as possible, just fight the mandatory trainer and then do the Blackout training right away. But you have to know that you're going to defeat the Diglett first attempt. And with Koffing, I do not know that I'm going to beat the Diglett first attempt. We might go back and fight the rival, I don't know. So I'll buy the escape rope. Okay, now Blackout training. Fighting the optional rival... See, this is why I didn't want to do this. We're still going to lose, even though we fought the trainers. So you could save before him and then reset if you lose. I thought we were going to win. Are we going to lose a second time? Oh my, that was so close, but all right. Usually after you beat him once, he starts being significantly easier to take care of. But tackle is really bad. Look at how many times this is missed. Oh, he had a gem 1 miss there on scratch, but the fact that we're losing here is related to the fact that we're that we're missing with tackle, not gem 1 missing. Tackle has 95% accuracy. There was a time when I assumed that it had 100% accuracy. It does not. Until later. I think later they upgraded its base power to be like 50 or something, and then 100% accuracy. I don't know for sure because I haven't played those games in a long time. Unfortunately for us, we can start using smog when we want to miss against the Sandshrew to hopefully delay the battle as long as possible, so that we can continue losing, because smog is like just worse here in general. It's resisted and it does less damage and it's more likely to miss. But eventually Koffing is just going to win here because we're going to get powerful enough. And if we're not like level, I don't know, 20, I think it doesn't make sense to fight Brock. Like, I don't know, could we beat him at 20? I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure what level we actually need to beat Brock. Remember, he has 5 full heals per Pokemon, and he uses them as soon as his Pokemon gets afflicted by a status condition. He replaces whatever attack he was going to use and instead uses the full heal to heal the status condition. Smog has 20 PP, so we would have to poison 5 times on each of the Pokemon, and then poison a 6th time. So poison 12 times with 20 PP. And that's to inflict poison. Not to mention, Brock's Pokemon doubly resist poison-type moves, and in Generation 1, if the damage rounds down from 1, it rounds to 0, and then the move misses, and you can't inflict poison. So we'd have to be dealing at least 1 damage to Brock's Pokemon. On top of dealing at least 1 damage to Brock's Pokemon, then we would have to inflict poison 12 times. So it's pretty brutal. Can we just get lucky with Smokescreen at level 17? Yeah, that might be the thing that makes the most sense to do. Although Bide bypasses accuracy checks, I don't know how much damage Bide is going to be doing to us. No, wait, we don't get Smokescreen at level 17. We get it at level 37, so no, that's not an option. Level 37 Smokescreen. No, we're going to need like level 20 or something. We're going to need like a really high level. I think that's the only option. I think we might win this one because of poison early and our high health after Diglett. If we got Sludge earlier, I think we could fight Brock with Sludge because it's probably going to do 2 damage at some point. Just because we get the same type of attack bonus. Alright, so we beat the Junior Trainer at level 13. We're going to go back. We are going to fight the optional rival, and we're going to fight a bunch of Pokemon in the forest. This is when early game gets slow. You can't beat Brock at like level 15 or so, and you have to fight forest Pokemon. Forest Pokemon, the encounter rate here is really low in Red and Blue, unlike in Yellow. It's 8%, whereas in Yellow I think it's 20%. It's significantly higher. Hello there. That's your Star Wars reference for the day. That was to you, Callus, the disciple. Alright. Well, this didn't really give us a lot of experience. Like, it was fine. So we fought all the trainers now. At this point... General Kenobi. Yeah. I love that movie. That movie, there's a lot of things wrong about that movie, but I love that movie. Did we fight the last? The last doesn't exist in Red and Blue. I'll show you. The last is a yellow exclusive. So is the bug catcher. The other bug catcher, the one who has the 2 level 8 Pokemon, both yellow version exclusives. They gave you more trainers to fight to level up. See, she doesn't exist. They gave you more trainers to fight in yellow version. And then they lowered Brock's levels, I think, so that it would be a little bit more manageable with Pikachu at the beginning of the game. Yeah, General Grievous. As a kid, I thought General Grievous was like the coolest thing ever. He's got 4 lightsabers and he's got a bunch of different arms. Like that's like really cool. The sequel trilogy never did anything that awesome. This is slow going. Yeah, you also get a Mankey earlier in yellow, and they switched around the the learn sets on Pokemon, like Nidoran male, female, and Mankey, so that they all get fighting type moves earlier. Mankey gets low kick, and the Nidorans get double kick. Luckily, this training is not, like, fighting the Pokemon themselves is not actually that slow. Because we knock out these Weedle and the Kakuna and stuff decently quickly. Oh well, when they're level 5, it takes 2 hits. Imagine the early game with only Smog, yeah. Imagine the early game with Poison Gas and Smog. Or just Poison Gas. People are predicting level 18 and stuff, like, really? Really? You think so? Maybe our health and our defense is just going to be high enough that Brock's not actually going to be able to do too much damage to us, and then we will be able to win? I don't know. Oh. Lost move, such trash. It just always misses. Come on. Yeah, Poison Gas, Metabe on Twitch is correct. Like, Poison Gas would potentially be helpful against Brock because you could just spam it, poison his Pokemon, and then with the poison, after he uses up all his full heals, then you could slowly chip him down with that. But fighting wild Pokemon with just Poison Gas would be worse than having Tackle. Alright. That's why you get the escape rope, just so you can make it back here once really quickly. I like walking through this patch on my way to the forest so that I chance encounters. Any encounter is better than no encounter. Oh, this encounter rate is so bad here. It's dreadful. Yeah, this might be a 30-minute Brock split. We're slowing down. Like I'll try it level 18. I'll try it level 18 to see what's gonna happen, and then I think I'm just gonna go to level 20 because it's a first attempt, and I don't want to go back on every single level and just test again. I know that someone was predicting 19. I'm sorry. If it doesn't work at 20, like I don't want to go to 23 or 25. That's gonna be just brutal. Yeah, can Koffing beat Brock before Alakazam beats the game? That is the race that we're doing right now. We have 20 more minutes. If we don't do it in 20 minutes, then we lose to Alakazam's champion time. Yeah, like we gotta like smoke screen and then sneak past the NPC. Yeah, I think that's the only way. And then fight Misty first and then backtrack to Brock before Surge with Diglett's Tunnel. It's the only way. By the way, wheezing is not nearly this bad. Yeah, I should program a Brock tier list so that we can just see all of the Brock splits and compare them. It's not, currently the tier list generator doesn't really work like that though. We don't input the splits files, so the tier list does not have awareness of when each Pokemon beat each specific trainer. It only has the final metrics from the end of the game. We should make it so that we have to put the splits files in though, because if it just had all that data, we could do a lot more with it. Like one thing I've always wanted to do is separate Emerald into Steven tier list and Wallace tier list so that you can compare those two different things. Although it's not entirely fair, because if a Pokemon knew that it just had to beat Wallace and not Steven Stone, it would play the game differently than it would if it knows it has to beat Steven Stone. Because then you like save rare candies for after Wallace, or you black out to the league over and over again when you could beat Wallace at a lower level, but you don't really care, you just want experience. Alright, training's speeding up a lot now in terms of rate of knocking out Pokemon, but... Wow, subscribed with Brian. You've been subscribed for 21 months on Twitch, Night Fan. That's awesome. Almost 2 years. How are the cats? The cats are good. Yeah, I don't think you'd ever save candies past Tate and Liza if it ended at Wallace. That's what Austin says. That's probably true. There might be some rare exceptions to that, but I think in most cases you would always be using your candies before Tate and Liza. Maybe even earlier with some Pokemon. Like you might start dropping some candies before Norman, because your overall level to complete the game is going to need to be lower. I think a lot of Pokemon would drop candies before Norman, or use candies before Norman, just so that they have a more consistent battle against him. He is a really brutal trainer. I gotta say, the PP on Tackle and Smog is quite good, so we can last in the forest quite a long time before we need to go back to the center to refill. Also, we're not yet faster than the Onix. I want to emphasize that. The Onix has 26 speed, so we need 27 if we want to move first. I don't know. We can't really play around Bide other than missing with Smog. So speed is not that important. I see why you sat on this playthrough the whole week. Yeah, this is why I was like, if I have like 5 hours to do a stream, like that's why I started this stream so early. By the way, normally I start streaming about an hour and a half later than this, but I was like, I have to start at 9:30 in the morning, because if I don't start at 9:30 in the morning, I don't know if I'm gonna finish before the end of the day. Struggle is definitely the way. Through Brock. Yeah, I think you're probably right. In Generation 1, Struggle is a normal type move, so it is resisted by Brock's Pokemon, but it does have base power 50. Which is a lot better than Tackle or Smog. Base Cotton, honest question. Why do you list special last when speed is the final stat? Speed is not actually the final stat. Special is the final stat. And another thing about that is that internally in the video games, if you look at the RAM and you look at like how everything's organized on the ROM, to this day in Pokemon games, the stats are listed HP, attack, defense, speed, special attack, and special defense. To this day. It's very clear, looking at how it's designed in Gen 1 and Gen 2, that the developers added special at like a later stage. They had HP, attack, and defense, and then they were like, well, we need speed. So they had those 4 stats, and then they're like, let's add another one. They added special. Then they divided it into 2 in Generation 2, but all the stat quantities are still unified in Generation 2. The only thing that differentiates the stats in Generation 2 is the base stats of the Pokemon, as well as their IV. Not IVs, because because the DVs are unified still. It's just one special DV. Okay, so like we used some of our moves here. Like we could try it at this level. Like I don't know if I have. No, I don't want to do this. I don't want to save, or I don't want to heal. We want less so that we can eventually struggle. I might have too many moves. I don't know. We'll see. I can always like go back and get rid of moves if it feels like this is going to be possible. Okay, Brock. Hey, that's encouraging damage right there. Well, it was until he used a defense curl. And then it got a lot worse. Well, one thing about Smog is if we do poison, he will have to full heal, which will make it so that the Onyx does not attack. That is advantageous for us. I think we have too many moves in this case. I don't think we have enough PP or HP now, because if we start using Struggle, we're just going to knock ourselves out. And that's that. Okay, let's try this again, but let's use up a few more PP and then see if we can get to Struggle a little bit faster. Yeah, Poison Onyx might be better. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. I don't want to go down too far in PP in case we realize we do need more. Like slightly more. And I use like a bunch up. He defense curled turn 1. I think I'm just going to reset defense curl turn 1. Yeah, Alakazam has probably beat Koga by this point. I'm not entirely sure. We should race the Alakazam splits. Should put the Alakazam splits in and then race against them. Oh, this is kind of rough. Yeah, that crit was great. If we could crit a couple times here after they defense curl, would be better. Okay, so we're going to have to use Smog here. I think we need to train higher. I'm going to go to level 19. I said I wasn't going to fight him at level 19, but that will be the point that I outspeed the Onyx every time. I think we have to do full PP, and then eventually we will get to struggle. But I think we need the full PP to get through the Geodude, and then full PP to try and poison the Onyx. I liked the idea of struggle, but I'm agreeing with you, Rodriosi, now. Yeah, 32 for Sludge. We won't need that, though. I would be really surprised if we can't beat Brock at level 20. Does Scout read chat? Yeah, I'm reading it right now. Look at that. Feel acknowledged. I read both chats now, both YouTube and Twitch while doing these. Okay, I want to talk quickly about what Metabee was mentioning over on Twitch, which is why do I order the stats in the way that I order them currently? And this has caused, like, a lot of people have been frustrated about this, and I have gone back and forth on my approach. I used to put speed down in the bottom right corner of the stat card, which I thought looked really nice. The only issue with that is that when you get to Generation 2, then speed is down there and special attack is in the top right box. If special attack's in the top right box, then it's aligned horizontally in the row with HP. But I prefer HP and speed to be aligned in a horizontal row because then attack and special attack are aligned in rows and defense and special defense are aligned in rows, which makes reading the chart really nice. This is basically a verticalization of the layout that the Pokemon Company uses inside an app like Pokemon Home, where they have HP and speed stacked vertically over each other, and then attack and special attack stacked on top of each other, and defense and special defense stacked on top of each other. So you can read them in columns in that layout, but in this case you can read them in rows. I have more vertical space because of the resolution of a 1080p canvas, so that's why I order them this way. And I put special below speed in this case and separate speed in the crit rate, which is not exactly accurate to how the mechanic works, just so that we can see special in comparison with attack when quickly looking at the stat card. And also so that speed can always be in the same position across all generations of games on my channel. I don't want the speed or the, like, I don't want a stat to change positions between a bunch of different games that I'm playing, because that's so confusing. Like, if you're watching, you're going to be, like, frustrated that in Platinum, speed is down in the bottom, and or in Yellow, it's down at the bottom, and then in Gen 2, it's up at the top. Like, oops. Well, we'll just run. It's fine. Invalid run. Used an item in battle. I have since relaxed that rule. It's only I'm not allowed to use items in battle if the items actually did something. If I just run right away, then the item didn't do anything. It's fine. Okay. Oh, that's a good damage. Look at that. It's pretty good. We could add code that would just prevent me from using items in battle at all times. Like, it would just never work. I don't know. I'm probably not going to do that. Okay, this was really good, Judo. Yes. Okay, we got poison turn 1, then a miss, then poison turn 2. Bide, and 2 misses into bide. That was great. We're getting a lot of poisons here with Smog. It has, I think it's a 30% chance to poison in Gen 1. It's like quite high. Okay. I think he's actually poisoned now. So Tackle does do more damage than Smog, so we'll switch back to that unless he uses Bide. So we'll switch to Smog. That's why we outspeed. And that's that. Okay, 26 minutes and 28 seconds to beat Brock. You know, this is going to be faster. Maybe we'll get it down closer to 20 minutes for the second run. This is not that bad. We did beat Alakazam's finish time with the Brock split, so there is hope. And now we're really over-leveled, so the next section of the game should be fairly straightforward. Still, we only have 2 terrible moves. I think the next... Well, we could teach Bide right now. We could do that if we really wanted. It might be needed for Misty to speed her battle up. Was it level 19 or just switching up the strat? I do think level 19 helps. It gives us the outspeed to play around the Onix. It's going to be more consistent, but I don't think it's necessary. I do think that outspeeding the Onix helps. It probably makes this fight significantly more consistent, but we'll test it later. We'll find out. We'll take more damage from Onix if it goes for Bide and we accidentally attack him with Tackle. Okay. I have to add that to the moon exception. Yeah, too bad we can't learn Bubble Beam or Water Gun, because we could pick Water Gun up now and have a special move. Paris. I don't think I can attack this. I forgot. I forgot to do the pewter buy. I'm so bad. It's fine. I personally, like, oh, well, we're gonna fight her today. We'll have to remember, someone remind me to take that out of the root file when we get to optimizing. In Fire Red, when you forget to buy repels, walking back to the center is fairly painful, but it's not nearly as painful as this. In Gen 1, it takes a lot longer. think that's one of the first times I forgot Pokeballs recently. What if we smogged the Paris? Look at Smog's base power right now. 120. These Pokeballs look really off. Like the colors are not quite different enough. I don't know if we fight that guy. We could fight that guy. I think I'm going to fight the Bug Catcher because I am super effective against this Pokemon and I'll knock them out really quickly. This move is terrible. Maybe I won't knock them out quickly. I like this cave too, but it's not as good as the purple from Ekans last time was some of the best coloration that we've had. These purples are similar to the Ekans ones, but they're not quite as like bright. I don't know what the right. Not quite as saturated. Maybe they're a little bit less saturated. Now remember, Leech Life is super effective against us. Gen 1 Quirk. The Poison type and the Bug type are super effective against each other. It's something I wish they didn't take out. I kind of like it. It's a weird quirk. Yeah, the colors are muted. That's another good way to put it. Dome Fossil. The Helix Fossil is always the wrong choice. Remember that. Okay. There's no advantage to fighting Misty right now because she gives Bubble Beam and Bubble Beam will not help us. The only advantage to fighting her is gaining experience, but we're not going to gain a new move. We're not going to get... I don't think we're going to outspeed the Pidgeotto because it has 33. Wow. 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 Okay, so do we teach Bide because Sand Attack is so bad? I think we do just teach it. There's no reason to not have it. We'll probably use it for Misty. That was awful. Pidgeotto was just terrible. It doesn't have to do that. We can just knock it out in 4 hits. Okay, we did it. Okay, that's not that bad. We didn't even have our accuracy lowered once this time. Such a different battle. And then the Rattata just misses with Tail Whip. Okay, Squirtle's a little bit annoying. But the Tail Whips are badge boosting us and stuff like that, so... Overall, not the worst rival to. It probably doesn't make sense to optimize for that in the second playthrough because Brock is so slow and then training up like 2 or 3 levels to outspeed the Pidgeotto is just going to be a massive investment. Yeah, Bide can't Gen 1 miss. Yeah, that's correct. Bide had bypasses accuracy checks in Generation 1. They changed this later, though. But yeah, any move that bypasses accuracy checks cannot Gen 1 miss. The Gen 1 miss occurs in the portion of the calculation where they are determining if your move hits due to accuracy. But when you use like an X accuracy or you use a move like Bide or Swift, they don't even... That calculation never even runs once. So it will not miss. Yeah, Bide can do no damage because of other weird things that are happening. The speed tie interaction, which we saw before. If you want to see the speed tie interaction, go watch the Oddish stream. Watch the beginning of the second attempts. After I finished optimizing, watch the part where I'm fighting the Zubat rocket inside of Mount Moon. I'm going to go back and heal. We're pretty close to the center at this point. And my PP's getting decently low, and my health is also kind of low. I could heal the health and then just wait for the elixir, but I'll do this. I usually play a little bit safer and less optimally when I'm using first stage Pokemon. I don't want to like get to the guy and then have you struggle to get by the Geodude or something like that. We could potentially bide the Geodude and then get it to tackle into us and then reflect damage back at it. But it also has defense curls, so sometimes it just doesn't do anything. I don't know what happens if you use a potion when the opponent's using Bide. That's a good question. I know a lot of the mechanics in Gen 1, but I know like none of the mechanics when it comes to using items because I never use items. Alright, let's try it. Well, didn't work. We have to do it now though, I think, because its defense curled up so much. Yeah, this is just going to be faster. Alright, I can ping it down now. Oh my gosh. Took forever. Well, all really easy here. This is nice. The kitty is just sitting looking at the door, watching the other cats under the door. Like, I want to play. Let me out. Look, if you glance at Koffing's moveset, you immediately get a false sense of hope because you see an ice type move and you're like, oh, Ice Beam or Blizzard, and then you're like, no, it's Haze. I know the in-laws cat has left the building, but right now we have a new foster. Tiny new foster. It's like a kitten, an orange kitten. We don't know the gender currently. It was very confusing. The slide said female, and then the carrier said male. Okay, Misty. I think we... What? That was a critical hit. Okay, fine. I think we bide here. Okay, X defend turn 1 is perfect, because then we absorb damage. Crit. Yeah, Haze removes badge boosts, even though intended ones. And so when you use it, it's actually not good for you. I don't know if there is a case where using Haze is good for you in Gen 1. Probably. Oh, I think I'm dead. Yeah. Scott, how are we feeling about Substitute? Substitute takes so long to get. It's like 6 minutes of investment to get it. With Koffing, like maybe it makes sense. Well, missed everyone misses tackle apparently. Alright. Got her. I do think this is the best strategy against Misty. I think knocking your Pokemon out with tackle doesn't make a ton of sense. It's so slow. And she's probably going to get you with just bubble beams. Bide provides a way to do it. And then we can not have to backtrack here, which means after we finish the SSN, we can fight Surge right away and get Thunderbolt. If only you could fight Surge before Misty and then get Thunderbolt and then backtrack to Misty with Thunderbolt. That might make like Pokemon like Rhyhorn better. Maybe not, actually. Rhyhorn is all about speed. Does Haze get rid of accuracy drops? It might. It might, yeah. I think it does. Or is that Mist prevents stat changes? Oh my gosh. Maybe we need Haze just to counter Sand Attack. Alright. We're getting close to Sludge. Sludge can't come soon enough. Oh my gosh, I want Sludge so badly. Like, objectively, Sludge is not really that good of a move. It's only base 65 power. But it's gonna really help out Koffing. We're still using tackle. We're still using tackle. I'm saving Harry. Sometimes you get supersonicked by this first tentacool and then everything falls apart. It's just terrible. Sludge is a good move when you're using it with poison type for sure. It's just not the same as like, I don't know, like let's say you have body slam and you're a normal type, like much better. Base 65 power on a same type attack bonus move is pretty low. Usually Pokemon have better options. Well, we'll just sell that later. I fought that guy because I'm like, this is what you normally do. Yeah, we don't get body slam. We don't get any of the normal moves. Did I get the ether? Yeah, I got the ether in the other hallway, so I can use that. Ether on tackle. Amazing. Well, nah. Love it. Wow, I should use Super Potion. What is the speed of the Kadabra here? It's 45. Okay. That's not good. Wait, do we have to train for like... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, we could just wait till it teleports a bunch, but... I think we have to use both ethers on tackle to have a chance. Come on. Alright, no accuracy drops. Okay, I think the Kadabra has to use teleport twice. Obviously using candies now to get sludge makes no sense, so we're either gonna sink like 5 to 10 minutes into training to get sludge to make this easier, or we're gonna do it this way. I don't think it makes any sense to level up like 1 or 2 more times. I guess we like break the speed tie with Raticate, but like probably not worth it. Okay, we only actually need 1 teleport then if we can go into the Kadabra with a decently high amount of health. This is not that bad. This is probably the worst Rival 3 has ever been. Other than when I used Shedinja in yellow and the Spearow just used Peck over and over again. Yeah, teleport. There we go. Yeah, double teleport. See? Training for a fight like this and changing your strategy almost never makes sense. When there's like one Pokemon that you just have to luck through. In terms of real time. Like, it's going to look bad in terms of resets and blackouts and stuff like that, but you are going to be faster than if you just did the training. We should be able to beat Surge. He's bad. We have an elixir. Ah, that's the wrong order. It's supposed to be cut then dig in this game. It's the other order in yellow. It's hard to keep these things straight. Scott, who's the greatest solo runner of all time? What's like the definition for greatest, right? Like how are you evaluating what great is? Because I think that like there are a bunch of different people in the format doing a bunch of different things. It's kind of hard to say that one of them is better than the other one. Because they prioritize different things. Watch out for the X speed. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, look at him. He's X speeding here. Well, he's going to be faster than me. He's already faster than me. Well, we got paralyzed. Oh no, X speed. He's probably... Wait. Okay, no. See, like, Small Ant doesn't really feel like a solo runner, though. I'm sure he's done solo runs, but, like, I don't really think of him when I think of this format. He's like a challenge runner. And if we say, like, challenge runners, then we were also including, like, a bunch of Nuzlockers and stuff. And I don't have a good enough sense of how all the Nuzlockers play. And then, like, we could include speedrunners, but, like, are we actually including speedrunners, or are we including solo challenge runners? Because, like, if we include speedrunners, this is actually brutal. This search is terrible. Maybe we do need sludge at this point. And we just do need to do a ton of early game training. Like, Surge is rough. This would be possible in yellow, because he only has one Pokemon. But in this case, he has 3. And he's slowly wearing us down, and then the Raichu comes in and deals massive damage. Okay, I was hoping for that. Okay, just, yeah. You kidding me? Paralyzed on the turn that I needed to unleash energy. Yeah, I think in run 2, I was starting to think that. Like, maybe if we figure out, if our finish level is not super high, then it might make sense to train to, like, 29 before the rival or something, and then triple candy, and then beat the rival that way. Gosh. Let's just commit to this strat and see how it goes. We could back out and train half a level and then triple candy. But I get a little bit scared about the Elite Four then. We do have to face an Alakazam at the end of the game. We have base 35 speed. I'm not sure. Maybe we do need Sludge. There are some fast trainers over here that give pretty good experience yields that we can fight. Oh my. This is rough. No, not the Sandshrew guy. Are you kidding me? I don't want to smog the Zubat. Alright, don't fight this guy. Disgusting. I knew this run was going to be painful. I don't think I'm like the fastest or most efficient. I think that there's a lot of people that are actually more skilled than me in this format. Like, Ike the Killer for Gen 3 is definitely better than me. I think Ike the Killer is probably better than me in Gen 1. Ike the Killer doesn't really play Gen 2. Snowy's better than me at Gen 2. Austin and Zealous Pawn are better than me at Gen 1. I think I'm of similar skill to Steve M plays in Gen 1. Maybe slightly better. But that one's, I think, pretty close. I think if you sit us down and we do races, like, we'll trade results fairly often. Yeah, the thing is, like, someone says on Twitch, Rattlegore MBO. But you have the lore. I laugh at every dumb Venomoth joke. What Venomoth jokes? I always accurately say Venomoth's typing. Do we 3 candies now? I don't want to 3 candies. I'm gonna train one more level and save 1 candy. I don't want to do it. There's a Magneton guy over here who I haven't fought yet. I want to fight him. Remember, these aren't steel types yet. Gosh. Do I have to heal in Vermilion City? I don't want to heal in Vermilion City. That's basically a moral victory. Yep. Because Koffing's run is so slow anyways. We're almost an hour. We're closer to an hour than we are to a half hour. But I don't want to resort to healing in Vermilion City if I can avoid it. Yeah, this is like where all the fire types and rock types train if they need an extra level for Misty. They're always over here. Like, well, these people are okay. Might as well fight them. Oh no. Okay, that's good damage. This should be enough to get 29. Okay. Okay, fine. I will 2 candy here. 1 candy, 2 candy, sludge. Yeah, I don't think I'm... Anyways, just coming back to the point that I was making, I don't think I'm the most skilled solo challenge runner. There's a lot of things that I have that are like little flaws with my gameplay, and that's okay. Like, I want to get better, I want to be good, but I have to make peace with the fact that I'm never going to be the best in the world, and that's okay. Alright, this is so much easier if you have sludge. Got it. Oh? Okay, we now have Thunderbolt. Move the bike to slot 1, then teach Thunderbolt. I think in the place of bide, then bike, then cut. Well, try to dig and then cut. We should just sludge these. It should be fine. Yeah, without sludge here, what do we have to do? We have to 2-shot. Only 84% chance to 2-shot the Oddish, so we chance stun spore into wrap and then wasting a bunch of time. I think it's unlikely that Koffing would lose that fight at a lower level. You could just teach rest and then win, but it would be so slow and not worth it. It would be just better to reset if you got paralyzed by the first Oddish and then win if you get paralyzed by the second one. It's so rare for her to actually beat you if the second Oddish is the one that paralyzes you. Alright. Sludge on a Cubone. It's always great, and it's gonna Bone Club us. Love it. Love the Bone Club into Growl. Perfect, yeah. Luckily we have Thunderbolt for the following Slowpoke. Saving in front of that guy is really important when using poison types. Wait. Maybe we have to use rest this early. There's the self-destructing hiker. I wasn't even thinking about him. Do we just sludge his Pokemon? I only have 8 sludges. I don't think we're running smokescreen at all in this playthrough. Cool. If we teach rest now, we can't get rid of it. We're going to need it for Alakazam at the end. I'm going to teach rest now. Bye, Smog. Oh. Alternatively, we can just wait till all of his Pokemon self-destruct and win that way. Alright, so we don't need rest for the follow-up playthrough. Cool. We just have enough health if we do the sludge strat to make it through like that. It's rare for a Pokemon to be able to do that. Koffing is just great base defense. Lance isn't going to do anything. Lance is terrible when you're using a poison type. So what does it make sense? Does it make sense? Does it make sense To raise speed or to raise attack? Like, is my speed just hopeless? I think my speed might just be hopeless. Yeah, maybe also calcium might be good. Yeah, calcium could be good because we're going to be using a lot of like Thunderbolt and Fire Blast for coverage. We have to be careful about when we teach Fire Blast though. Yeah, if we boost special, we also will survive the Alakazam's hits. We have enough base special that I'm pretty confident we'll be able to survive the champion's psychics at a high level. We're just getting everything in the hideout. Sell for vitamins. Sad having to sell that and that. We're definitely doing power plant candy today. Oh my gosh. Movement is hard. Wish we could learn Ice Beam. We'll refine that later. Love being able to damage this thing. I bought Pokeballs earlier, so I can just use Pokeballs here if I can damage it. You don't want to... It's rare that you want to invest everything into one type of vitamin, just because one type of vitamin typically means that you can't use the vitamins that are available to you in the overworld. 4 might even be too much in this case. Hey, how come animations only come on in the last rival battle? That is how the game is programmed. The final rival battle, the champion battle, the game automatically turns on the animations. So if you play the game regularly on a Game Boy, that happens. And I just never... I don't want to change default behaviors of stuff like that in the game, so I just didn't modify it. I could force them to turn off for the champion battle, to remove the animations from the footage, but I didn't think that that was in the spirit of the game, so I chose not to do it. I think it's obvious that the developers wanted you to feel like the champion battle was special, so even if you had turned on animations, they're like, we gotta like amp up the tension here and make sure that the player knows that this is like a tense battle. We'll put animations on again. I think it's a really nice little touch from an old game like this. Like, you have very few mechanics to play with to make a battle seem important. We might even pick up that HP up and then this nugget and then do a second vitamin trip with Koffing. We might have to do that if there's some speed threshold that we gotta work with. Don't know yet though. For now, I'll just skip them. That's going okay so far. I say as I have 17 resets and 8 blackouts. We're approaching an hour now, and we have not beaten Erica. Let that sink in. Koffing might be one of the Pokemon that is slower in red version than it is in yellow version, despite the mid-game being significantly easier for Koffing in red version when compared with yellow, just because of how bad Brock is at the beginning of the game. His Pokemon being 2 levels higher really slows this thing down. What is that? Well, we can teach it in the place of Tackle. Just in case. Tackle is sort of useless. We're either going to use Sludge or Thunderbolt. We're not going to be using Tackle. Whoops. If Brock didn't have as many full heals, yeah, I think it would be easier to beat him. If he didn't have any, it would be nice. Then you could just smog him, inflict a poison, and then use Tackle. Ages ago I would have trained here. I don't think it makes sense to train here. Their experience yields are so bad. Red Eyes, no. Koffing does not get Double Edge. I think the PP ups, I'm not sure what the PP up should go on. I don't actually think we're going to need that much Fire Blast PP, because we really only needed to knock out the champions right on. It's not super useful for anything else. I think that's the one Pokemon that we wanted. Maybe the Executor. But I guess we'll probably Sludge the Executor. But the Rhydon, we need something. I'm just thinking, like, what else is fire super effective against? Like, well, the Executor. But, like, no, there's a better option. You're hearing my, like, what is it called? Stream of consciousness. It's not like a well-reasoned out statement. We got started early today? Yeah, I'm playing Koffing. That's not a Pokemon that short. Yeah, this thing's rough. It is rough. I think we do fight extra trainers here. Yeah, if you like listening to me in the background, you're going to have my voice on all day. Buttery smooth, putting you to sleep at work. Sorry. Oh, that was actually fast. I didn't expect Thunderbolts to one-shot all of those. I think it two-shot the first one, then we leveled up or something, or we just got better damage rolls. And then crit there, okay. So, like, this is pretty fast. Just save some Thunderbolt PP. You want to use neutral moves when possible to not print the text that says, like, this is not very effective or this is super effective. If you can avoid that text, then you save a little bit of time, but I always miss this somehow in red version. I don't know why it's different than yellow, because I don't miss it in yellow. This guy is so good. One of the best trainers for experience. Ooh. I did assume that that would one hit. No self-destruct, sorry. A lot of people have said I should allow self-destruct in these solo challenges if I'm knocking out the final Pokemon on the enemy's team. I personally, I see the logic, and I understand that that might be a way that someone else would want to play, but for me, it just doesn't feel like it's in the spirit of the challenge, because the mechanics inside the game, you only win if you have HM users in your party. And I don't want to win a battle because I have an HM user, even though my solo Pokemon knocked out all the enemy Pokemon. It feels like if there's a draw in the battle, the player loses. By the way, I have recently discovered content that does the same thing that my videos do to you to me. So for the longest time, I didn't really understand what people meant by like, oh, your voice is soothing and like you just like, I just fall asleep when like I put you on. It's great. And like a lot of people struggle to get to sleep, that kind of thing. So like my videos have really helped them, and a lot of people have written stuff to me just saying that. I've been recently watching this guy Saiyan KCM. He does a bunch of StarCraft content, and like I just put it on, and then like within the first match, I'm just like, I'm really tired now. And then I go to sleep. And I'm like on the couch, and then my wife's like, you have to go to the bed. I'm like, no, I'm just so comfy right here. I don't want to move. Oh. I thought that was gonna one hit. I am so surprised that Drowsy survived. That was a terrifying amount of damage with confusion. Wait, there's another Drowsy in here that has Psychic, by the way. I'm worried. He's got 2 Pokemon on his team. In Generation 1, the trainers always have their Pokemon are always the same level. They have 1 level defined and then a bunch of Pokemon, and then the Pokemon all share that level. Except for special trainers, which have multiple Pokemon defined and then their Pokemon are at different levels. But random NPCs, their Pokemon are all at the same level. This is one of the reasons I didn't really put level on the overlay for a long time, because I'm just like, well, like they're all just kind of the same. It's not really a big deal. So the Wheezing is going to be locked into self-destruct. But if we're in a bad position somehow, but we shouldn't be, because we should be able to use Rest. But if we are somehow in a bad position, which seems impossible, we can't always use Smokescreen on the Koffing, and then, oh, well, we can just use Smokescreen on the Wheezing now. Oh, well, it's not going to work, actually. I guess Rest? Wow. Nah, we just survived. Unlike Ekans, Koffing has a lot of defense, so we don't have to fear the the self-destruct like Ekans did. Ekans had to use Dig, and then the Wheezing had to self-destruct when it was when it was underground. Okay. We can't get the candy here. We'll have to come back for it. I think we go to Sylvan Train now. I think it's because my voice is like pretty bassy. And I've always wanted to make the audio recordings as clean as possible. And I don't like a lot of like reflection sounds in the audio recording from the room. So I really like sound treated my room, and I'm very close to the microphone when I speak. I think all of those things add to the sort of like ASMR-y quality of my voice. It's not just my voice. A whole bunch of other stuff too. But maybe it is just my voice, I don't know. I would have to record in a different way, and I don't want to do that. My wife said something to me before I started doing YouTube. My wife said to me, anyone will forgive bad video, but if you have bad audio, people will click off in 1 second. Like, imagine you turn on a video, it's 4K, it's an overlay like mine, but it shows way more information and it's way more interesting. It's updating way faster. There's like so many more statistics. It's dynamic. There's interesting little animations on it. But then the audio sounds like over compressed and like grating, and like it's got static in it and stuff. You're going to click off. Like, you're not going to watch the video. It doesn't matter if the video production is ridiculously good. If the audio sounds terrible, people are not going to watch. So I always recommend, like, if people, I was thinking about this the other day, actually. Don't fight this guy. He's got 2 Cubone. This is bad. This is very bad. Luckily, these people do not have AI scripts, so they just spam random moves, so he has no idea that he should be using Bone Club. This is absent-minded play. Uh-oh. Well. I was thinking recently, I got a message from someone who will remain anonymous. The Cubones, they pushed me to my limit. But I got a message from someone who was just asking me about like YouTube stuff. I was thinking a lot about like what I would recommend to people if you wanted to start a YouTube channel. The first thing that I want to recommend to people, and I might actually make a video about this and upload it on my Supercuts channel at some point, just talking about like general YouTube stuff, because I think I have some decent insights into it after doing this for 5 years now. And it's been my like full-time job for 3 years, and it's been a job of mine for 4 years now. The first year was like, it's the first year, like I made like 1 cent, or it was actually a tenth of a cent the first month I got monetized. So it was not a job then. The first piece of advice, if you want to do YouTube, is I think you should never think about YouTube as your career. If the goal of starting YouTube is to do it as a career, I can't get in there yet. He's actually good to fight. He's one of the trainers I've neglected in these runs, but he's actually really good. Okay, so the person has identified themselves. Yes, it was CNX who asked me advice. I think that if you want YouTube to be your career, you're going to set stuff up incorrectly and you're going to make bad choices. Like, you're going to make content that you think people want to watch, and you're not going to make content that you like to watch. I'm going to say no to Hayes. And then you're going to get burnt out really quickly because you're not making stuff that you enjoy, and it's just going to all go downhill. And you're going to get really frustrated when videos don't get views. And believe me, at the beginning, your videos are going to get absolutely no views. Like, when I first started uploading, I was getting like 5 to 20 views on every video that I made, if I was lucky. Those were like the good videos. And I had to keep uploading despite the fact I was getting absolutely no views. Then complicating matters, like why is Scott successful on the platform? Why can he do this as his job now? Well, I started uploading right before the pandemic happened, or like during the pandemic, sorry. So people were looking for content actively because of the like situation in the world. That greatly helped my channel get a bunch of traction and views when otherwise it maybe wouldn't have. Can I beat this guy? I think I can beat this guy. Yeah, I've become much better at delivering audio and just knowing what I'm going to say and delivering lines and improvising stuff. This just comes with practice. At the beginning, I had no idea how to speak to a microphone and those kind of things. The other thing, so I think with YouTube, you should do something then. You should make content around subjects that you're obviously interested in, so that you can keep doing it even if it gets no views. And the only time that you should start moving towards like the career YouTube path is when it's making significant money. Like, wait until the YouTube channel is generating a similar amount to your job. Then maybe make the switch. Maybe. I don't know if even that is good enough. Like, for me, it was making a lot more than my regular job. And then I was like, well, okay, it now makes sense to just do less of my regular job and slowly do more of the YouTube stuff. So. But, and then people will always wonder, like, well, what, like, equipment should I buy for my YouTube channel? And the only piece of equipment that I recommend buying for YouTube when you're just starting out, unless you don't have a computer, obviously you should probably have a computer, but just a good microphone. Get yourself a good microphone. That needs to be the only thing that you invest in. That's how we got here, because we were talking about audio quality. Get a good microphone, learn how to use your microphone, learn how to speak into the microphone, learn where to position the microphone, figure out how to do like a very cheap sound treatment. You can literally just use like a blanket and some sticks or a closet. Like, there's so many ways that you can get good audio quality without having to spend any money. But yeah, a microphone, having a bad microphone, people will not forgive you for, and then your channel's never going to blow up because you're just going to sound terrible all the time. So good microphone. The one thing to invest in. I don't know if I can fight the rival. I'm level 47. We're going to try, but I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, so Pidgeot was fine. Potion on the Growlithe, and then the Execute is going to be easy. We're not going to learn Explosion. What about Alakazam? Obviously it's faster. Psybeam, more than half, but we one-shot. And then we have Blastoise, which we are going to two-shot and use as Bubble, so we can beat the rival. Okay. This was not that bad. Not that bad on the rival. Yeah, like a decent internet connection will help, but it's not necessary. You could just go to like a coffee shop and get free Wi-Fi and upload your video and sit there for 2 hours. Like, you don't need it. So like, you have to be... I think at the beginning you should be really like clear on what you actually need and what you don't need. I don't know if I can win this without healing. I'm going to go back and heal because we got some like rock type Pokemon to knock out. The Rhyhorn and then the Nidoqueen's a ground type. We're going to have to use Sludge on them because we don't have any other moves. We can't Thunderbolt them, and Smokescreen doesn't help. Kind of rough. That's another like little piece of like advice that I think has helped me a lot in my life and in the creative pursuits that I've had. Remember that everyone else that's creating stuff is not your competition. You don't need to feel like you're like fighting against someone like J-Rose or someone else that's in the space. This is not business in the like conventional sense of business where like you're competing against everyone else that's in your niche and you need to outcompete them and do better than them. Like, these people are your colleagues. It's like you're all working together on the same project and you're all scientists. That's how I think of it. It's like we're all working together on a roughly equivalent project. And it's not like one person, like, if you watch my videos, you probably also watch J-Rose. Probably also watch some Drybread. Like, maybe over the years, one of the styles has appealed more to you, but like, you probably wouldn't have watched the person that wasn't appealing to you anyways. So it's not like I beat them somehow, or they beat me somehow. So I think that this also applies to things like music, where like if you're in like an orchestra or something, it's like all the people around you are not, they're colleagues, they're not your competition. People in other orchestras, they're also your colleagues, they're not your competition. I don't know about that. Okay. All right. Don't go here. Cool. We found that out pretty quick. I love when learning is quick and concise like that. We have to go back and get the other strength. I actually, in my mind, like, I always think of myself as like a very competitive person, but I think about competition more from the lens of like, I'm competing against myself. How can I be a better version of myself than I was like yesterday? How can I make my stuff better than the stuff that I was making a year ago? I actually think that like largely competition is kind of useless. Like even in business, like all the businesses that I really look up to and I think are successful and doing great things in the world, like they're not thinking about how to beat their competition. They're thinking about how to make their products as good as possible. They're like really hyper focused on making their stuff amazing. We're going to do all of the Route 21 training here. It's fast, and we have Thunderbolt, and these trainers give good experience yields, and we're a Koffing, and I think just soaking all of this up right now makes sense. As someone who works in a business like that, it's about 25% beating the competition. Yeah, exactly, and like 75% making a great product. Exactly. Like, you have to be aware of the competition and, like, what other people are doing, and for me, that's, like, within solo runs and stuff, like, watch the other people making the same kind of video as yours. When they do really good things, like, see if there's a way that you can incorporate those things into your video. Everyone will just get better if everyone does this. The viewers will all benefit because all of the content will just get better all the time. Because everyone is actively just, like, incorporating the improvements that everyone else is making. And by definition, everyone will incorporate things slightly differently into their content because they are different people. Makes things a lot more interesting. I think I can probably use this. It's going to be on the edge. Oh no, darn. We can't get Blizzard. I don't think Koffing's not a Pokemon that is like really needs Blizzard, because in red, Lance is just not good. I spam a lot of agility and barrier. That's also another thing, is like someone was just mentioning like TikTok ads and like crappy products. like I saw this video yesterday about this like robot AI dog that was like just absolutely awful. And it just made me think of like those businesses are also just looking to extract money out of people. They're not looking to like make a brand, build a brand. They just want a quick payday. It's like a very different thing than trying to build a sustainable business. We're gonna fight some people here in this gym because we're Koffing. I tried the calcium. I did try the calcium. It didn't have an effect. Both of them didn't work. Because I used 4 calcium in the department store, which is why it wouldn't have worked. Typically, if you use 3, you can squeeze in 1 more later if you don't do a ton of training. If you use 4, it's tricky to squeeze in more later. These guys are kind of bad. Want to heal. Hope some of these comments make it. Okay, Sean, when you're doing the supercut, maybe put in my discussion about business and stuff, and throw that in there, people. We don't have to put all of it, but like put some of it. Maybe the most insightful stuff. Oops. I essentially have no control over the supercuts right now. Sean just does them. Sean uploads them and everything. I just finish the stream and then the supercut happens. This is something that I've learned about what I do here, is if I always try to make things perfect and really good and like the highest possible quality, I have to do less stuff. And that's really hard for me as a creative person with ADHD, and just like I want to do a lot and I can see a lot of things happening in my head, but I can't execute on all of them myself. And so if I want to do all those things, then what I need to do is I need to trust other people that they can execute. And I don't need to micromanage them. That has been something that I have actively been working on over the last couple years. I might want... Look at these super potions. Well done, Blaine. Roar. Okay. Blaine. Definitely worse than Surge. Yeah, Sean is a beast. Yeah. Yeah, when you start working with someone else creatively, you realize that they don't actually have your brain and they can't do everything the exact same way that you're doing everything. And then it becomes very, very, very hard to let go of all the creative choices. But if you want to move forward and not just continue doing everything yourself, you have to let go. And I think there's an argument to be said for like the artist never lets go, and that's fine. It's fine if you want to be an artist, but the more I sit with what I do here on the channel on solo runs, it's like, this is not art. This is fun. It's very fun. I love doing it. I don't think it's art. Do we teach this now and then not have Mimic, or do we have Mimic and don't teach this now? Like this is a problem. Well, we can win like this. It's just going to take a little while. Yeah, Sabrina was really uneventful. I just skipped over that. She'd just use like Psywave and stuff eventually, and like that. What does Fire Blast solve? All rock types, because we can do better damage to them and we can burn them. So like the Rhyhorn and the Rhydon. Giovanni has a Rhyhorn, right? At the beginning of the fight, yeah. And then the Rhydon on his team will be easier with Fire Blast. But we can also use Mimic to solve it, and then Mimic for Lorelei to steal Amnesia from the Slowbro, which is free. I think we do Mimic now, save Fire Blast, then Fire Blast for the champion. I don't think mimicking something from the champion is going to be useful. But I think Fire Blasting the Rhydon is going to be useful against the champion. And like we can Mimic right now, we can steal Dig, and then use Dig against Giovanni's Pokemon. And I think Dig is going to be better. The Rhydon's going to be locked into Fissure, so it can't do anything. So even if we knock it out slowly, that's totally fine. I think this is the correct choice. Yeah, Mimic Sky Attack. Yeah, okay, Robert. None of Agatha's Pokemon have Psychic in Red and Blue. That's only Yellow. So we have to sludge this first one. Hopefully we get lots of guard specs like that. Then we're going to steal Dig from the next Pokemon. Is it going to go underground? It's going to go underground and hit us with a Dig, isn't it? Not a huge fan of this whole interaction. Do we have to get tail whipped by this thing until we outspeed the Dugtrio so that we can Mimic Dig? Or do we have to survive Dig? I think we. Well, it can't, yeah. Okay, the guard spec does work. Happy with that. Perfect. Good job, Stinky. Killing it right now. This works. Guard spec works. Guard spec is the path to victory. This might be the first time that we have had to rely on a guard spec from Giovanni. Yeah, Giovanni's overworld sprite is really good. I agree. Really good. So that battle would have been brutal in Yellow version. We would have had to Mimic Double Team and then win that way. And if you're not allowed to do that, rip Zealous Pawn. It's going to be absolutely awful. Well, we got to buy more repels now. Sorry. We also got to go and get the... I like this as my quick repel stop late into the game. We also want to get the Warden Candy. I did get Strength, but I didn't get the Candy. Okay. Oops. True Xanther, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. I really appreciate everyone who supports the channel directly. It is what allows me to do this and put so much time into these solo runs. If I didn't have so much direct support from all of you, I would have to do things like not doing 3 playthroughs obsessively with some Pokemon, or not doing like I don't know. Some of the later games are really hard to do and justify because they don't get as great views, but they also take a lot longer to film, which is not a great combo. Okay, so I think here we Mimic Agility because it's locked into Agility, and then we can set up. And even if we don't, like, we can also rest here for free and just heal because it'll just keep doing this, as you can see. Then we knock it out, and now we're faster than the Alakazam, and we should just one-hit with Sludge, and then it's not a problem. So Rival 6 is actually very easy. Look at that. So that was really good. Oh. Aw, the kitty is just curled up on the couch. The portion of the couch that doesn't have a cushion anymore because the previous foster peed on it. Rip my couch. No more. Don't worry, I didn't sit on it anyways because I was always playing solo challenges. So no time to sit on couches. This purple is okay. The boulder's trash. The yellow boulder is not good. I don't like it. I don't actually think we need to fight trainers anymore, which is... I think I may have overtrained in this run. I think we're actually going to cut training out and save a bunch of time. Still, this first playthrough is going to be slower than Ekans' first playthrough, which was like an hour and 28 minutes. So we're not going to beat the 1 hour 30 minute time because we just ticked over it. Yeah, like this cave is okay, but it's not the same beautiful purple as last time with Ekans. This one just kind of gets an overall meh. Is it weird that I keep coming back to the Charizard stream and listening to it? No, I don't think so. I have content like that where like I watch it like way too many times. It's like, should I be watching this video for like the 15th time? Like anything that H-Bomber guy has ever released, I just watch those videos over and over again. I don't know why. His style of like commentary and just his humor and stuff, it just resonates with me in a specific way that's very comforting. I wish he put out more videos. Okay, Lorelei. This is actually... Wait, we're just gonna crush her. Wait a second. Are we gonna... Wait. Oh. Oh. Wow. Some surprising damage ranges there. Wow, this was really easy though. Wild. I didn't expect it to be that easy. It was really easy. Like, Dugong's locked into rest, Slober's locked into amnesia, like Austin is saying in chat. And then... I don't have anything good against the Onyx. I can mimic Harden and then badge boost. This is not possible in yellow because the Onyx does not have Harden in yellow. Oh, I didn't PP up. Well, 5 Hardens should be enough. Maybe not. Might run a PP. Just let it knock itself out slowly. Okay, let's hope we poison this fairly quick. Okay, that's good. We're fine. This is the slowest that we've ever done. Mimic Rage? No, I don't think Rage. It doesn't have Dig. Yeah, the Onyx has Dig in yellow, not in this game. Then the second one has Earthquake in yellow. Okay, not that bad. Like I think we should candy before this at some point, but I'm gonna just keep going without candies and see what happens. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna candy here. This fight is going to get really annoying without candies. I am going to save 1 candy for the champion just in case. Kind of low level. This might be a Mimic Hypnosis. moment. I think it is. Thunderbolt's okay at this higher level. No! Took away my badge boosts. The worst. Koffing's old art had a little more smoke hands. Yeah, the smoke hands are so cool. The other Koffing arts are really neat, like smoke hands and stuff, yeah. This is like kind of awful because my Thunderbolt PP is low. I think we win now, though. Maybe Hypnosis here. We don't win. That was Agatha playing the way that she should always play. Hypnosis, then Dream Eater. Imagine if she did that every time. She had like an AI script that's like, when they're not asleep, put them to sleep. When they're asleep, use Dream Eater. That would be terrifying. Oh. How to make Agatha the best trainer in the game. This is painful. Well, don't screech me. Like, screeches here are kind of annoying because then we do a lot of damage to ourselves when we hit ourselves in confusion. But we're gonna just try and put the final Gengar to sleep as soon as possible, and hopefully it doesn't go for Hypnosis. Trying to save Thunderbolts for the final Gengar because she has Super Potions. Hypnosis works. Gonna 4-hit, maybe Super Potions. Yep, got her. Definitely the hardest Elite Four member so far, and she is going to be the hardest Elite Four member because Lance is next. Get ready. Check this out. I don't even know why I saved. The only reason I saved actually is in case the Aerodactyl uses Supersonic. And this thing can actually do damage at the beginning of the fight too, but we're faster than it. And then we just, watch this. He's going to do nothing. Oh, the Aerodactyl, actually, we can mimic agility here earlier into the fight and then set up so that we're faster than it. Even if we lose the badge boosts, it doesn't matter. Because we'll be faster. And then I think Thunderbolt has a guaranteed one hit. Yep. Lance is basically free. We could Gen 1 miss on the Gyarados and get hit by Hyper Beam or Hydro Pump. Would you do live battle streams? I have not ever done competitive Pokemon. So I would have no idea what I'm doing. And I don't know if that would be the best content. Okay. Okay. This is the true moment. What happens here? Ah! Okay. All right. I think the Fire Blast is better. I wish we could one-shot that. It would make getting to the Alakazam just a little bit easier. But without... Huh. General miss. I'm not committing to a strategy here. I'm just gonna like continue going in without saving and doing this stuff before the fight. I just don't want to get stuck and then realize that we're in like an oddish situation where it would have been better to make different choices, but I've already saved over them. The Alakazam doesn't actually seem that bad because it can't one-shot us with Psychic. And well, if we crit, that's really good. And then Fire Blast here, we can burn, which would help, but we're gonna two-shot. It's pretty good. We retain badge boosts now for the Arcanine, and it can badge boost us further. This, we can heal here first turn because it is going to go for Hypnosis, but it's likely to miss, and we do a lot of damage. This champion is so much easier than in yellow version. It is so much easier. I can't believe this. Okay, 140-40. 24 resets, 8 blackouts. Finish the game at level 71 with 1,033 bonks. Oh my gosh, I think I have to go say hi to the cat. 5 hours, 49 minutes game time. Okay. As far as first playthroughs go with a Pokemon, and a Pokemon that's quite bad, I think this result is pretty respectable. It's a lot faster than it was when I played it last in yellow, even in my follow-up attempt. Red, Koffing 1, 140-40. And I think there's a lot of room to improve the time here. We clearly don't need a very high level to finish the game. The only trainer in the late game that was challenging was Agatha. The champion, there is a path. I think that the thing we want to watch for the champion is going to get kind of inconsistent if we're not able to one-shot the Alakazam. I think that's going to be like the key damage range. I'm just going to go quickly pet the cat. Just be right back.
Hey little guy, how's it going? I'm just coming in for some nice pet. Koffing time.
All right, I'm back. Unfortunately, there's no angle that cat cam would work for the current position. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I stop petting you? Is that really distressing? Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, we're going to do Meowth next. Meowth is going to be the Pokemon after Koffing. Okay, let's go and let's look at damage ranges. Psychic, 70 to 82% damage from the Alakazam. The Pidgeot is largely ineffective against us since it moves first. Mirror Move does nothing turn 1, Whirlwind does nothing, and Sky Attack does nothing. Turn 1 Sky Attack, it will attack us with Sky Attack, and then we will lose to the Alakazam if it goes for Psychic, but we will not lose to the Alakazam if it goes for Psybeam. So, like, really, turn 1 Sky Attack's pretty bad. Turn 1 Wing Attack is annoying, but again, it's doing very little damage. So, I don't think we actually need level 70 to fight the champion. I just don't think that this isn't necessary. With no badge boosts, Thunderbolt two-shots the Blastoise, and its maximum damage roll with Hydro Pump is 45%, and it could just use Bite, Withdraw, or Blizzard, which will all do less damage. 10 months on YouTube already. Keep up the awesome work. Thanks, Danny. Yeah. I think this champion is really straightforward. And as long as we're two-shotting the Executor, which we easily have the damage range for right now, and if we can three-shot this, I think that we're fine. The Rhydon is not ideal, but the Rhydon is not very good. And if we have rest, we can just heal. So overall, I think that this run is actually kind of straightforward. Is Giovanni the heart? Like, is Surge the most? Is Surge the most difficult trainer? No, because Brock is more difficult. But Surge is the second most difficult trainer. Right? I think that's actually the case. Not if we use 3 hero candies, so we can solve Surge, make him so much easier. We're obviously going to lose a lot of time at Brock, but we always knew that was going to be the case. That's not surprising. That's why I was like, is Surge the most difficult trainer? Because like obviously Brock's bad, but like we know that. But what a twist, Surge comes through with a good performance against a Pokemon. Sabrina's not that bad because her Pokemon are frail physically. What I think I'm like realizing here is that like we don't really need a high level to finish the game like we did in Yellow version, because the Yellow version champion is so much better. Replace Pidgeot with Sandslash that knows Earthquake and always uses Earthquake. Now things are bad. Like the Rhydon, instead of badge boosting us, is going to use Earthquake. That would make this bad, but the Rhydon doesn't use Earthquake, so we're fine. And like, we're obviously waiting for a Reflect or something like that from the Alakazam. We could level up a little bit more. This is what I would have done previously, and I'll show the damage ranges so that people can get a sense for it. But like, I would have in olden days gone for a level 75 or 78 finish. Probably the 78 finish to guarantee the one-shot on the Alakazam with Sludge at the end of the game, although we still do underspeed. But I think that this is just, like, I don't think this is good play. It's going to be so much slower to train those levels. Anytime you're leveling up beyond 70 to 73, like, you can realistically get to 70 or 73 with most Pokemon that aren't slow growth rates by fighting trainers that are okay in terms of efficiency and just sort of making it through the game with a good overall time. But once you start trying to push above level 73, the inefficiencies that you run into are almost never worth it if you can just find a way to luck through earlier. And the luck strategy here is very obvious. Psybeam or Reflect, both are going to give me wins against the Alakazam. Or a crit. Also Poison with some of these damage ranges. If turn 1 he goes for Psybeam and then I Poison, I could knock him out with the Poison damage. So, I think like, what if we take away all these candies? Like, at what level does the champion become so awful that it doesn't really make sense? Like, Psychic is not... It's going to one-hit sometimes at 61. Like, let's just get it so that Psychic never. So, 64. I'm going to start writing notes here. Because... I have 48 pages of notes from all these red solo runs that I'm going to have to make into a video. 48 pages of notes. Okay. Notes. So, level 64... At level 64, Alakazam can't OHKO with Psychic. Poison damage won't help until... Oh, that is true because it takes poison damage after attacking in Gen 1. Yeah. Yeah. True. Damage ranges with Fire Blast are not really great on the Rhydon. Yeah, so Rhydon damage ranges with Fire Blast at level 68. Fire Blast has a 59.7% chance to 3-hit KO Rhydon. We don't really need to accelerate that. That's not high priority, but I just want to track that. And then if we go back down to the lower level, we still 3-shot and 2-shot and 2-shot. Oh, sorry, at 64. Yes. At 64, at level 64, uh, 3-hit KO, Arcanine, 2-hit KO, Exeggutor, 2-hit KO, Blastoise. So we don't really gain any benefits by leveling up past 64 on anything except the Rhydon. The Rhydon does become easier as we approach level 68, and 70 is obviously going to be even better. But the Rhydon is not a high priority Pokemon, and it's only marginally better at 70 over 68. Yeah, I actually agree with you, Rodriosi. I think that mimicking Horndrill is better for the Rhydon because it can be two turns. But like, let's say it's bad and we miss a couple times, like it could still be the same number of turns as Fire Blast, like 4 turns. So I think actually mimicking Horndrill does make more sense here. There is also upside to Horndrill the Arcanine, and you just like one shot, and then the fight becomes really fast. Because 3 hits with Sludge on Arcanine, we can just Horndrill this. And yeah, of course Fire Blast can miss and the champion can use a full restore. So like, damage range on Rhydon suggests that Mimic Horndrill is faster. Especially if we can do this at a lower level. So like I think 64 is kind of the minimum level that we want to do the champion at. Again, we can always play these runs riskier, and you could do a lower level champion as well. You could do lower than 60. I think it's possible, but I don't know why we would do that in a 2-run format with Koffing. That seems a little bit too risky to me, and I don't think we could just sit at the champion and reset over and over again and be really frustrated. This damage range is also not very good. These ones are still okay, though. Yeah, 64 is already crazy. Yeah. I think that like probably what I'm going to target right now for the optimization process is 65. Because it's just over a damage rounding threshold. Why not take the extra damage? We can target 65. A little bit more defense and stuff means we are slightly more survivable on with the Psychic. Yeah, you really want to attack that tunnel right now, which is making tons of noise and making me very distracted. What was my game time in the first run? 5:49. Yeah, I think Agatha is the really real level target. But like, Justin, so like what I like to do is I kind of work backwards. If we find out we need to be a higher level for Agatha, then we'll just be a higher level for the champion. But we might be able to find a place where like we do Agatha at a lower level, but that's just so we can get to the champion at a very low level, and we're going to try and risk our way through Agatha. Like, we have the context of what we're shooting for in the whole run. That's kind of what I'd like to do. I figure out, like, what's the minimum level that I feel comfortable with the champion? Then let's go back and look at everything else in the context of that, and then maybe the champion will be at an inflated level, and it'll just be easier. That's fine. But then at least we're making informed decisions. So now let's see Agatha. So, like, for the champion to be 65, does 65 level us up? No, it levels us up into the Blastoise. We're going to lose badge boosts there, but that's fine. So like if we play the exact same route that we played before, but we use our 11 candies before Giovanni. 10 candies. 9 candies? Oh no, we used some earlier. Right, 8 candies before Giovanni. Then we're 63 for that. And what level are we for the champion? 67. Like, that's okay. Then we can cut some training. What level are we for Agatha with that? 65. 2-shot Golbat, 44% chance, 45% chance to 1-shot, 3-shot Haunter, 2-shot Arbok, 4-shot Final Gengar. Coin flip to 3-shot first Gengar, probably 4-shot. Like, this is fine. If we go lower than this, when do these damage ranges get much worse than that? Okay, 4-shot, so at level 59, 4-shot, 2-shot, 3-shot still, 2-shot, 5-shot. The 5-shot on the final Gengar is not great. Much more likely to 4-shot the final Gengar at 60. We outspeed the Arbok if we go to 65. But these damage ranges don't really change that much. Hilariously, actually, 61 is pretty good because we get the 84% chance to 4-shot the final Gengar. I would like to 4-shot the final Gengar. So, like, I feel like 61 is kind of the lowest that we're going to do Agatha at, but we're not going to do Agatha that low anyways, because then if we do Agatha at 63, the champion is at 64, which I guess is like perfectly what we had calculated, but I think maybe 65 is fine. Agatha seems like Agatha level 61 to 63 I think is the sort of target. You might want to target a level up after Golbat in case it hazes so that we reset the stats and get our badge boosts back. Yeah. We can try and figure that out. What did you miss? You missed that Koffing was really awful in the early game, and then as we got to the late game, it had less and less problems. So we're actually refining now or optimizing for like a quite slim Koffing playthrough. So let's just like go back now and try and figure out where it makes sense to take out training. I think fighting Brock... I don't know about 18 or 19. I feel like... Let's actually check this. So we have a lot of wild Pokemon fighting. So we'll take those out, and now we'll be level 18 for the Geodude. 3 to 4 damage per hit with Tackle, and I take 3 to 4 per hit from the Geodude. Those damage ranges are identical at level 18 or at level 19. I wonder if the way to play Brock is actually leveling up into the Onix. Like, we can cut 8 wild battles and then level up into the Onix and be 18 and then 19 for the Onix. Okay, remove the last between Pewter and Mount Moon. Yep. What level do we outspeed this rival? 24. No, so we don't do that. Don't need level ups for this rival. I think this rival is just going to be kind of awful no matter what we do. I do like the bide strategy for Misty. I think we probably do this stuff before the SSN. So like we go over here, we fight these people, then we come back to the SSN, we fight everyone, the gentleman levels us up to 29, and then we candy here to get Sludge. Oh, we speed tie the Kadabra. Sludge? Sludge is, can you block out against Geo, or is that too slow? It's way too slow. It's way too slow. Yep. So yeah, the triple candy here is actually solving a bunch of problems. We're going to speed tie the Kadabra. It's going to make things more consistent. We only lose here if it really like gets lucky with confusion. We outspeed the other two, so we one-shot both of those. We are using 3 candies. This is 3 candies. 3. Not 2. 3. It gets us to 29, and then we have to go up to 32. 3 candies. So... and then we 2-shot this, and then Lieutenant Surge is just so much easier, and we'll waste no time there. With this strategy, we can save a little bit of time at Brock. Not as much as we would save if we just did level 18. I'll probably test level 18 in a second, so that we can check that. Because maybe we can do that as well and add 1 trainer in like Mount Moon or something, and then we'll make up all the experience. All of this is good. All of this is good. Bunch of self-training. Rival. This training is fast. The training starts to get less good when we are fighting these people. Like, if we can just fight these 3 in the gym, that would be ideal. Level up after this, that's 54 for Sabrina. What if we used candies before Sabrina? We should have 9. 7? Oh, we used 3. We should have 8. It's just because we don't have the power plant candy yet, I don't think. There, that's a candy. We can put that candy before Sabrina, and then we can do 8 candies here. That gets us to 62 for Sabrina, and then we outspeed the Kadabra without those candies. Koffing outspeeds. Outspeeds? How do we have the wrong move? Cool. Wow, thanks for subscribing with Prime over on Twitch. It's because we changed the candies back here. What? Oh, it's because of how I taught Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt, overbide. Yeah, that's correct now. Okay, so 54 we just don't outspeed the Alakazam. Really? Yeah, I guess our Pokemon are kind of slow in this game. Cool. But with 8, we're really going to outspeed them, and we're going to one-shot the Alakazam. We underspeed it, but we're going to one-shot, and it can't one-shot us, even with a crit. And then we get Giovanni, and Giovanni is at level... I wish I could outspeed the Dugtrio. Is it close? No, it's not close. 68. How much damage does Dig do? Only 26 to 31%, so that's not that bad. And if we're a higher level for this fight, we're just going to take less damage, and overall this should be fine. Bide is good for the hiker. Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Where is it? Thunderbolt or Smog. Guess we don't teach Rest then early. We just keep Bide. We can teach Rest later on. I think it's good to have Rest on this set. There was lots of moments where like just having Rest and healing a little bit did help me win a fight. There isn't really another move other than just keeping Fire Blast on my set, which doesn't help against that much. I guess if we don't teach Rest, we can have Fire Blast for Giovanni. See, there's just the space that Bide has. Is there any moment where like Rest was absolutely needed in the mid game? Maybe Fire Blast is better. Yeah, some of the long battles I used Rest indeed. But like Fire Blast here is really helpful against these trainers. And if we know we're not going to use it for the champion, we can always get rid of it for Rest for something else like Bruno. But Fire Blast is actually helpful against Bruno because now we can knock out the Onyxes faster. We don't have to like steal Harden and go really slow. So that's another reason it's good to have it. Maybe Rest is just for the champion, because we will have to heal after the Alakazam hits us for a massive damage if we knock it out and then we make it to the Rhydon. So I think that having Rest for the final battle does make sense, but I don't know if it makes sense for everything else. There kind of are options for Koffing on everything else. Candies for Sabrina gives us Giovanni, Mimic on Dig. One hit, 2 hit. This can't do anything because it's locked into Fissure. This is bad once we get the Dig off. We're likely to survive Digs. Fire Blast is quick here for the Rhyhorn, so that's pretty solid. This rival, Thunderbolt, 2-shot with Fire Blast. Mimic Agility setup. Where do we level up? We level up into the Blastoise, but it doesn't really matter. Unless we can optimize this a little bit differently. Like, we can't just 2-shot the Blastoise. Hydro Pump does so little damage. 37% maximum roll. As long as we outspeed, this has 61% chance to knock out the Alakazam. It's not great. I guess it doesn't have, it has a guaranteed because we set up, and then we just have to 2-shot this because we lose our badge boosts. Then we get level up into Haunter. This is after Golbat, which is literally perfect. And then it doesn't matter for level ups here. And then we have 1 candy here, which is 68 for the champion. Level up after the Blastoise. I'm not gonna lie, I think this is kind of like, this feels kind of beautiful. Are you having fun in that tunnel? It's really distracting. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but the cat is just like sitting in the tunnel and like wiggling back and forth, making a ton of noise. So funny. Did we remove Power Plant? No, we need the Power Plant for the current route, I think. The current route is 12 candies. Is it faster than optionals? I think in this case, yes. Let me make an argument for why I would assume that right now. If we use candies before Sabrina, we are using those candies that include the power plant candy. Even if we don't, we're going to be a high level by the time we beat Sabrina, and the optionals that we want to flex into this route are the optionals in Victory Road. But we don't want to fight trainers in Victory Road after we use a bunch of candies. Like, that's going to slow that training's effectiveness down. And we've already included most of the training earlier on into the route. Are you fighting the Slowbros? No, we could fight the Slowbros, yeah, right before Sabrina. Oh my gosh, what are you doing? What are you doing? The couch must die. So this guy and this guy. Do we get a level from that? Nope. I think we have to fight. Wait, what? We fight this guy as well? Nope. We need 4 trainers to get another level at that point in the game. Yeah, Carl, you're here in time for the second run. We're almost there, I think. I think if it's taking 4 battles to get 1 level, I think the power plant candy is roughly equivalent, if not slightly faster. I think the candy is slightly faster. It's like, I think it was like 36 seconds or something if you don't do a bunch of other, like, pick up the PP up or whatever it is. It's like between 36 and 45 seconds to get the candy there, and if each other battle is 15 seconds, then fighting 4 people is going to be slow. Yeah, we removed the Jigglypuff trainer. So I think we don't need... I think we do the power plant candy, and then I think we do 8 candies before Sabrina, and then we do the 1 final Victory Road candy before the champion. It's also Koffing. Like, I'm not so against doing the power plant candy when it's a Pokemon like this. Like Pidgey, Koffing, Zubat, Ekans. Maybe the first stages of the Nidorans. When you get to middle evolutions and decent first stage Pokemon, like Meowth, for example, like, we're definitely not going to do power plant candy, because this seems like you're playing a terrible Pokemon, you got to get 1 more level, you don't want to, like, grind to a ridiculously high level, you're already fighting most of the optimal trainers. Then I think power plant candy makes sense. And it makes sense if you want to get the levels earlier into the run. Like, right now what we have done is we haven't really changed much of the route. Like, we haven't really changed much of the route as things stand right now. We just figured out we needed to do the Sludge for Surge stuff, which we didn't know before. We haven't changed much other than that, except the fact that we're just using the candies earlier, because the late game isn't nearly as difficult as I was anticipating it being, because Pokemon Yellow is brutal and Pokemon Red is not that brutal. Okay, let's do some testing, because it's always good to check your hypothesis before you gotta check Diglett. No, we gotta fight the trainers before the Diglett. We lost to the Diglett once. That's enough. That's enough knowledge for me to fight the trainers first. Okay, what level do we use the candies at before Sabrina? We use the candies at level 54. Okay, I'm in control now. 1. Oops, 2. 3. 4. Doing my daily counting. Sabrina. Koffing is a beast at this level. Wow. Gotta enable some stuff. Okay. Like, that's pretty good. If we're 54 there, and then we just use the candies. Sabrina felt really smooth. I don't think there's a chance to lose there, really. And then we know... we're gonna save rest for the final. I'll just add it to my moveset with tooling. And we'll run this set for the rest of the game just to test. I've been trying this out more frequently lately, where like we get a lot of time to like play around with the early game because Brock just beats me at ridiculous levels, and then I'm like sad. But I've started like punching into the run at the point where I use a bunch of rare candies or right before Giovanni or something like that, and just playing the end of the run to see if my hypothesis about how the run should be played works out. We're going to save a ton of time with Surge. We're going to save a ton of time. Maybe not a ton, but a little bit of time here, cutting some trainers. I think we will save some time with Giovanni because this strat is just better. Look at that. That's so much faster than last time. So then we get here and we actually get a chance to mimic. Uh-oh. Well, aligning this is really annoying. Is it worth it to save one of the Viridian Force bug catchers to block out on? I don't understand how that would work. Wait, if he guard specs here, you just win, I think. Because you're using dig after him, and you want to do that. Because then he attacks first, it doesn't do anything, you're underground, then you attack him. Oh, like struggle down, and then like... we could save the guy that has 3 Pokemon to do that too. That is maybe possible. To get a little bit more trainer experience in the early game. Maybe, you know, maybe that is a good idea. Hey Scott, I'm going to teach my class again. Thank you for all your help. You're welcome. Have fun teaching your class. I didn't mimic agility this time. The drop on special is bad, but it still doesn't matter. Look at this, even without agility, like... Koffing is surprising me. I'm not gonna lie, Koffing is actually surprising me. I think this Pokemon... I can't believe I'm gonna say this. I think this Pokemon would be better than Ekans in Pokemon Red if Brock wasn't so bad. But Brock is so bad. That's disappointing. We're gonna do this the fun way. You know what the fun way is? Check this out. So, you know, like in Pokebite, over here, there's this little thing It's called joypad simulation. Doesn't make any sense, right? Let's just enable that and we're going to freeze it. And we're going to go back to the game. And now that we have joypad simulation frozen, they can walk through walls. Don't touch the edge, though. If you touch the edge of the map, you're going to be real sad. That's where we need to go. Oh, okay. Now I can turn it off. Okay. If you're testing stuff, like, use tools like this. Don't waste your time. Like, it's so much better to just do something like that. Okay, 64. Lorelei with no rest. But I don't think we need rest for this, right? Like, she can do damage with the Cloister. She can do damage with the Jinx. But everything else is pretty simple. Like, this is locked into rest. It's not like yellow. We're a higher level now, so we one-shot the Cloister, so that's also not a threat. The Slowbro is just going to set up a bunch of amnesias, which is annoying, but only annoying. Thunderbolt does do more damage. Oh, we have Fire Blast for Jinx, so Jinx can't do anything either. And then we have Thunderbolt for Lapras. This is so simple. Another reason why not teaching rest early on is good. Well, okay. It's still better. I do think, yes, it is possible to beat Brock earlier. I just don't know how likely it is to beat Brock earlier. I think very unlikely. That's my read on it right now, is that it's just very unlikely to beat Brock at an earlier level. I think we could do it, but I don't know if I want to gamble like that in the second, well. I love that it deletes the sprite. Wait. So this is still bad, but like, we knew that this was going to be one of the bad fights. Our level is fine. I think this is fine. Because we don't really gain a lot of benefits by going to a higher level for this fight. We could get the one hit on the Golbat, but that's really it. I don't think it's worth a bunch of training when this fight's already pretty random. I might want to teach rest prior to this fight. I think this is the fight that we learn rest for when we give up. Yeah. Yeah. So for Agatha, put Sludge in slot 2, yes, so that we get rid of it. I agree. We want that. Yeah, I think this is, with rest here, things are just going to be so much easier. Mimic Hypnosis. Oh. Yeah, we get less turns to KO Gengar if we're using Fire Blast, but it only has 5 PP, and it doesn't have a ton of utility beyond this point in the run. We might want to do the PP ups. I didn't use the PP ups this time, I don't think. I think I just forgot them. We might want to use the PP ups on Thunderbolt, just so that we can fight stuff longer, and like, so that this fight is, we can extend it as long as we want. Uh-oh. Well. Like, if she uses super potions and stuff when we're running out of Thunderbolt PP, it could be annoying, but Oh, we're just gonna get it this time. Or not? Yeah, PP up on Thunderbolt, I think, yeah. Uh-oh. Got him. And this is free, and then we'll just check the champion. I can spam A through that because it's the agility is in the top slot. I'll remember that for all future Dragonairs. Agility is in the top slot. It is also on the Dragonite, so if you're mimicking during this fight, you can just spam A. But we don't level up into, so we keep our badge boosts here, and then we level up right after the Aerodactyl goes down, which is perfect. I also think Thunderbolt against the Dragonite is the better choice to just continue spamming it, because if he uses Barrier, he doesn't reduce damage from Thunderbolt. And, like, we could use Sludge turn 1 then switch, but I think that it's a little bit easier to just play with, like, spamming A. On 4 times speed, sometimes switching your move is going to bleed more time than you would bleed if you just kept using the same move. Didn't use that either. Lovely. Okay, so for this one, we were keeping the same set, level 68. Let's see. I don't know if mimicking... Yeah, we could have mimicked wing attack. We could. Okay, that's bad. First turn with... Oh. First turn Sky Attack is bad. It has to Psybeam or Reflect now. Psybeam's fine. Not if it crits. 1 reset to the champion. Oh my gosh, you getting all exhausted? Oh my gosh. You got cute little grimy ears because we have to give you eardrops. Cute little guy. Alright, Whirlwind. But PP won't be tight against Agatha, so like we will just be using Thunderbolt. We obviously have to luck by the Alakazam, like this is going to be bad in a lot of cases. There's nothing we can really do about that. That's just how we're playing this run. And there isn't a way to outspeed the Alakazam, so I think it's fine. Even though that looked really sketchy there. So it goes for Hypnosis the first turn if it sees that you're awake, and Hypnosis is super effective. So that's what it's doing here. We just have to get 1 miss from Hypnosis or a wake up after Hypnosis. And then we make it to the Blastoise. Oh, maybe not, if it 4 stars. Like, it's a sketchy champion battle, but I don't think that leveling up is making this significantly easier. We could also Horn Drill this, I guess. Or just wait for that. This is fine. Yep. Alright. I like this strategy. I think this strategy is good for the end of the game. Yep. Had to have a big stretch. Oh my gosh, what do you have there? Is that a cute little ball? Oh my gosh, it is. We're in like kitten mode where like the limbs don't really work properly yet. Everything's just so awkward. Like they were sitting on their little like perch thing, and then they stood up and they awkwardly wanted to jump down, but they just fell like head first into the ground with their legs just sticking back up in the air. It's so silly. Okay, we need to test some Brock stuff now, I think, right? Like, we want to try Brock again, I think, at the level we did last time. We'll do like multiple Brock attempts. We'll see. Yeah, we're gonna see. Let's just try 19 again and see how it goes. If we win like first attempt, or we win like 3 in a row or 2 in a row, I think that this strategy, the 19 strategy, is fine. Then we can revert back to 18 and see if that'll work. Well, if it misses 2 tackles like this, we get a really great start. I don't know if we're gonna want to play 18, honestly. Like, the Geodude gets pretty sketchy unless we're getting critical hits. I love that you're loving all the little loud toys right now. This is lovely. It's a good thing I'm not trying to record actual voiceover for a video right now. Alright. Yes. Yes. Bide speeds up the poisons with Smog by quite a bit, because you just get them so much more frequently. This is not bad. Okay, so we've won twice in a row now with the level 19 strategy. Can we do 3 for 3? If we do 3 for 3, I'm pretty confident that the 19 strategy is going to be successful. This is like hurry up and wait here. Like, it just takes so long to knock out the Geodude. Ah! Hi! I'm sorry. Was that loud? That was loud. Did you get your ball under the... Okay, just a second. They got their ball under the coffee table.
I know, let me get it for you. I know, humans are really scary. Really scary.
Okay, I'm back. So why doesn't he use full heal there? He runs out. He has 5 per Pokemon. Once he uses all 5, then he stops using full heals. And unlike in yellow version, where if he's using Bide, he won't use his full heal until Onix completes the Bide. That is not the case. The code was changed between red and blue and yellow. So in these games, when you poison him, if he's using Bide, he'll still use the full heal. And the Bide is just delayed by 1 turn. Well, we're going to lose this time. 1 loss, 2 wins. Yeah, Brock has 5 per Pokemon, yes. And like if he uses none on the Geodude, he still only has 5 for the Onix. It's not 10 in total. He can't use 10 on Onix. Only 5 per Pokemon. The counter essentially just gets reset whenever the AI sends out their next Pokemon. They go back to the full number and then they can use those again until they hit 0. It's a little bit of a strange mechanic. I think they had clearly not... Like, they hadn't thought through how the AI was supposed to use items. They're just like, it would be nice if the AI used items sometimes, and then they gave them items. But they don't function the same way the player items do. Okay. So we're in a bad position again. Oh my gosh. Nope. Close though. Fused Whirlwind. Whirlwind doesn't do anything in trainer battles in Generation 1. So there is no way to force him to switch. Roar also does nothing in trainer battles in Generation 1. Apologies. There is no way to make him switch. Both of those moves call the exact same code, and the code fails in trainer battles. So, how is this? Like, honestly, this is not great. I don't think I want to do this at level 18 without the outspeed on the Onyx. I think I've decided on that, but I am actually curious about what happens if we go to level 20. I think we can win fairly easily at this level, but I want to know, like, how much does level 20 improve these odds? Like, do we get one more damage per hit? We do. We get one more damage per hit on the Geodude, and the Onyx stays the same. No, I don't want to do 18. No, I think 18's too risky. I don't want to take the speed loss. The speed loss for the Onyx, I think, is going to be so bad. I guess we can test it. Let's test it. I'll play this like another time and we'll see. We're going to have less health, less defense. But I think the damage ranges were identical with the Geodude and the Onyx. The only thing is, maybe the outspeed doesn't matter. If Brock involves luck anyways, then why not Blackout Train on him? Because we're not going to take resets. Blackout Training is so slow. We're not gaining enough levels to make an impact here in a reasonable amount of time. It takes so long to knock out the Geodude. It's just not practical. We keep attacking into that. Okay. So this is like, it does feel like it's about 50-50. Okay, we're at 18 now. We want to do this with full PP. I know our beautiful colors are messed up right now. Hopefully that is indicating that I'm testing things. I need to make like a legend for the colors. Okay, Brock, level 18. Because if we can cut one level of training, it's going to save a ton of time. We can easily make up for this experience by fighting a few more people before Surge. When we get one critical hit against the Geodude, it's a really good fight. And 2 critical hits is exceptional. We hit the Geodude so many times that it felt like pretty common to be getting 1 critical hit. Well, in this case, it still was bad. Alright. Just so everyone's aware, level 20 is going to stomp Brock. It's going to waste so much time, but it's going to be way better than this. Because 1 more damage per hit on the Geodude is massive. Yeah, the Geodude should be about the same. The only difference with the Geodude is that the Geodude is probably going to roll 4 damage more often than it rolls 3 damage at the higher level, because our defense stat. So like the percentage of 4 damage hits is going to be higher than the percentage of 3 damage hits. And I think you can see that here. I would say on average, we're going to be coming out of the Geodude with less health using the level 18 strategy than we would be with the level 19 strategy. I'm gonna play like we've done 2 battles at this level. I'm gonna play like 4 more. That was sweet. Never reset a battle too early against Brock. Miracles can happen. Why not Smog the Geodude too? Because we need to save Smog PP for the Onyx. We only have 20 Smog PP and 70% accuracy, and we need to poison the Onyx 6 times. Yeah, Abra was like 3 hours to beat Brock when I did it last. Yeah. I'll show the Smog strat on the Geodude. We do save health because we poison, he uses a full heal, or full heal. And then eventually we're going to poison it and he's not going to full heal it. And then we can tackle and then we do passive damage every turn. But now we only have 9 uses of Smog for the Onyx, so we're not going to be able to poison the Onyx. Even though we have better health. It's like, if I go for Smog now against the Onyx... Okay, we poisoned once. Poisoned twice. And we have not poisoned the Onyx successfully, so... Now we have to knock out the Onyx using only Tackle. Meaning we do slightly more damage every time it attacks with Bide. And so it'll reflect more damage back at us from Bides. And then we lose. One more time. Yeah, Leer would be so good. I know. Couldn't we have Leer or Tail Whip or something? Like, Screech, just lower their defense and then win faster, but no. This is rough at level 18. Level 18 is really rough. Like, sometimes I guess we can lose to the Geodude. We haven't yet, but like we could. Okay, level 18 is not the level. Got it. One second. I just want to test something. So with stat experience, this will be better, but let's just look at the level 20. Watch this. Yeah, you're welcome for testing. We now know why, though. We know that it's just like, it's not as good. More health is helpful. Also, the outspeed on the Onyx is helpful. I think we've seen that the Smog first strategy on Geodude doesn't work well. So Tackle on Geodude does work better. Smog for Onyx is really good. Okay, I'm pretty convinced by this. I thought that level 20 was going to feel a lot better against the Geodude, but it doesn't really. So I'm pretty convinced that level 19 is like balancing everything perfectly. Like, we're going to lose this, I think. And I kind of thought we'd win like 9 out of 10 battles with this strategy. Ha! Okay. I think we're doing level 19 for Brock. I think we're just doing 19 for Brock, and we're going to keep it simple. No reason to get complicated. Just fight Brock at level 19. It's fine. Maybe you should reset if Geodude defense curls early. Yeah, I agree. If it's like a turn 1 or turn 2 defense curl, I can probably just reset, but there's also a decent amount of luck that plays out throughout the remainder of the fight, like getting crits and stuff, that it just probably makes sense to continue rolling the dice in almost all cases. I don't think a first turn defense curl, I think first turn defense curl you reset. Well, like, I think 20 does make it does make a difference, but I don't think it makes substantially a difference over the 19 strategy. So if we know we're doing 19, I think we can kind of summarize the run now and its strategy. Let me just write it down. And then we'll do the official summary right after this. Fight the bug catchers, blackout on light years as much as possible, grind to level 19. Then we are going to fight bug catcher in Mount Moon, just for a tiny bit more experience. And then Misty with Bide. And then we train train on Gambler 2, Youngster 12, Engineer 2, and 3. Rest. Oh, wait, that needs... We can take out the Body Slam Youngster. Rest. Gentleman Candy. 3 rare candies to level 32 for Sludge prior to Rival 3. Scott, why do you talk so slow? Because I'm writing at the same time. I'm saying what I'm writing at the same time. That's why it's so slow. Rival 3 at level 32 has a speed tie for Kadabra. That's an advantage. Sludge for Surge is required. It was so bad last time. Then mid-game is Tower, Erica, Cycling, PP ups for Thunderbolt. That'll extend the time that we can train. Then Koga, Sylph. In Sylph, we train to level 48. Rival 5 at level 48. Then Route 21, 8, which is all of the good Experience Guild trainers there. And then we do Tumble Bros, number 1. Cinnabar, Gym, 1, 2, Rapidash. Then Blaine. And then Power Plant, Candy. After the Power Plant Candy, we then use 8 candies, 8 rare candies to level 62. Sabrina, Minimum Giovanni, Teach, Fire Blast, and Mimic for his gym. Oh yeah, I forgot back here that we were actually going to do Bide for Self-Destructing Hiker. No rest. Rival 6. Mimic agility. No victory road trainers. Lorelei. Mimic amnesia. Bruno. Who's that? Fire Blast, Onyx. Thunderbolt, Hitmons. Agatha. Teach Rest. Over Fire Blast. I use the greater than and less than signs to indicate teaching moves. I know you can't see it right now. I should probably just put the document up next time so that you can see it. Lance is free if you mimic agility. Hey, it's a rhyme. Lance is free if you mimic agility. Free agility. Kind of a rhyme. It's like a pseudo rhyme. And then 1 rare candy before champion. Thunderbolt, Pidgeot. Rest on Rhydon. Luck through Alakazam. That's crit, reflect, Psybeam, or psychic plus reflect. Those can all win. There's tons of scenarios there that can win. Rest on Rhydon, Mimic Horndrill, Oko. Horndrill can be faster for both Arcanine and Executor, but it isn't required. Thunderbolt, Blastoise. Okay, let's summarize the run now. Fight all the bug catchers in the forest to be a high enough level to then blackout train on Lightyear's junior trainer as much as possible. After that, fight wild Pokemon in the forest all the way to level 19. We can backtrack all the way to the second rival fight on Route 22 and fight him for more experience, which will help our progress slightly. After fighting Brock at level 19, level 18 was too low, level 20 doesn't change as much from 19. The reason 19 is important is just to outspeed Brock's Onix. And also we tried Smog on Geodude, it doesn't work as well. You have to tackle Geodude and then Smog the Onix. Inside Mount Moon, the one bug catcher, use Bide for Misty, then train on Route 11 on the Gambler 2, Youngster 12, and both Engineers. After that, Rest and the Gentleman Candy, that'll take you up to level 29. Use 3 rare candies to get to level 32 for Struggle prior to Rival 3. The reason this level is important for Rival 3 is because then we have a speed tie for the Kadabra, and we have 1-hits and outspeeds on the Pidgeotto as well as the Raticate. Sludge is obviously required for Surge. He was terrible the first time around. We can use Bide for the self-destructing Hiker and then not have to teach Rest, which frees up our moveset for a little bit later on so that we can have Fire Blast, making a bunch of other fights more convenient. Tower, Erica, Cycling Road, use PP ups for Thunderbolt. Koga, then Sylph, train all the way to level 48 and rival at this level. Route 21, fight all 8 good trainers here. Fight the first of the Tumble Bros. Then inside of Cinnabar Gym, fight the first 2 trainers along with the Rapidash guy, and then fight Blaine. Grab the Power Plant candy and use 8 rare candies up to level 62 prior to Sabrina. So level 54 up to 62. Minimum battles on Giovanni, but we can teach Fire Blast and Mimic inside his gym, making the trainers a little bit faster. For Rival 6, Mimic Agility, no Victory Road trainers, Lorelei, Mimic Amnesia, Bruno, we have Fire Blast for Onyx, it's going to speed things up. Then for Agatha, teach Rest in the place of Fire Blast, she's too sketchy without the ability to heal. Lance is free if you Mimic Agility, 1 rare candy before the champion, Thunderbolt Pidgeot, luck through Alakazam, winning with either a crit, reflect, Psybeam, or psychic into reflect. Rest on Rhydon, Mimic Horndrill, knock it out. You can Horndrill the following Arcanine and Executor, but it's not required. You can get by them using Sludge. After that, 2 Thunderbolts for Blastoise, and that's it. Okay. I'm going to set stuff up for the next run. Then I'm going to take a little break, pet the cat a little bit, and then we'll come back and play the second run. Am I just in time for a run? Yeah. Well, I would say you're a little early. A little early. Just because I'm going to take a 5-minute break and drink some water and stuff like that. Pet art, cute little foster cat. I think I also fixed the splits stuff. I was having a bunch of problems with splits. I think I've fixed them now. Yep, it appears I have fixed them. Okay. Looks like stuff is ready to go for the next run. I will be right back. Going to take a quick break, and then we will run into the or we'll go into the second run and hopefully get a time that's much better than 1 hour and 40 minutes for Koffing. Be right back. Look at this production value. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm back. Obviously. Let's do another Koffing playthrough. I hope it's going to be good. I hope we can just be happy with the second run and move on with this series. And not get stuck in a stream like Onyx or Paris. To be fair, we actually might finish this stream under 5 hours, which is amazing. Carl, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. I gotta start doing more exclusive content. I've been neglecting it. I appreciate everyone who supports the channel directly. I always really feel an obligation to give you a little bit of extra something, and I haven't been keeping up my side of that recently. But there is some exclusive stuff there, so if you haven't seen it already, go back and check it out now if you just got one of the gifted memberships. Okay. Time to beat 140-40. Can we do it with Koffing? I'm 100% sure we can do it. I think this second run is going to be so much better. Let's go. One thing about second runs, I'm always more warmed up when I'm playing them because the first ones are usually the first run that I've done of the day. Because of that, I always just perform better in the second run. It's really rare for me to play a second run and then somehow perform worse than the first run, just from like a mechanical perspective. Obviously, strategically, I'm going to do better. Last time going for Smog here seemed to just waste time, so I'm just going to go for Tackle and knock out the Squirtle over 5 hits. Yeah, 11 seconds faster when going for just Tackle there. Also probably some mechanic stuff. Again, no encounters there. Wow. Caitlin, what a joke. It's kind of a similar scenario to last time. We got very few encounters on Route 1. Yeah, only one again. Wow. So we can leave this other bug catcher to blackout too later. I'm going to try that. We're going to try that this time around. Yeah, we're going to save the second guy. I know. We're just going to knock stuff out here. Like, we need tons of experience anyways. I don't think it's a big deal to just fight a few wild Pokemon with Koffing. Okay. Especially if it's a Kakuna or a Metapod, because they give good experience yields. This less so, but we will knock it out. It'll at least get us to level 8, which is over damage rounding, prior to doing the blackouts. Okay, hopefully we don't have any wasted time here. Okay. I would like to do under 130 for this run. I think under 130 would feel quite satisfying. I think over 130 would be disappointing. All right. Just don't miss. Uh-oh. Oh, we did it. Okay. We got to level 9 without losing to the Diglett. Now we just hope we can keep this up for as long as possible. Last time we got to level 13 fighting this guy. It would be nice to get back there again, or even further, maybe 14. I think he can get 120, or at least close. Yeah, I think it could. I think Koffing is a lot better than I thought it was initially. Like, a lot of the problems with Koffing as a Pokemon for the solo format come from Pokemon Yellow, not from Pokemon Red. The only thing holding it back in Red version is just Brock. Yeah, Smog to lose, that's correct. We just want to do less damage every turn to the Sandshrew. And then once he uses Sand Attack, Smog is like so unlikely to hit. It's just like, we're gonna do a lot of misses, which print text very quickly. Yeah, we're gonna fight Rival 1A. We're gonna go back to him once we beat this. The Diglett likes to crit, and I don't like messing up on the Diglett and then losing because the Diglett crits me. Please don't do this. Not like this. Come on. Oh, that was too close. Way too close for comfort. Yeah, I can probably start using some Smogs here for the Diglett. There's like nothing to the Diglett. Yeah, we can let the Diglett chip away at us a little bit more now. I don't want to push too far though, because Tackle likes to miss. And the Diglett likes to crit. Overall, these battles are going pretty well. I think this is where I beat him last time. We're probably going to be able to extend this by using Smog on the Diglett. We should probably push a little bit further with it. Like to here. Yeah, this is nice. Very good. It's going to be like 2 hits from the Sandshrew. Yeah, 2 hits. So good. Lovely. Well, maybe we shouldn't tackle it anymore. It's missed so many sand attacks that it's tried to use against us. I'm kind of shocked. Normally sand attack is the best move that the AI can choose. Smog is so bad. Look at this move. Oh, it's terrible. What a bad move. Oh, it's so sketchy. Okay. Whew. All right, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Yeah. This is great. This is great. We're doing really well right now. We have been able to prolong the Diglett training quite substantially compared to the previous run. And then I make mistakes like that. It's okay. Still pretty good, honestly. Half health for the Sandshrew. Yeah, hi. How's it going? What you doing over there? Oh. Oh, no. The human isn't petting you. It's so sad, I know. I think we can just knock the Diglett out with Smog now, which is hilarious. Yeah, it's starting to get too powerful against the Diglett. We have to go to level 19, so I will keep this up as long as possible. Like, it's becoming slightly less efficient now, but the blackouts here still don't take that long. Yeah, I think we only smog the Diglett at this level. Like, once we get to maybe 13, it's just like you convert to purely smog on the Diglett. Prior to that, like, levels 11... Oh my gosh, we knocked out the Diglett way too fast with smog. Yeah, the forest is terrible for experience. It's really bad. So... Yeah, I could swap it to the top. I don't really want to. One click is fine. Especially because I just spam it for the rest of the battle now. Level 15. Okay, we got 2 more levels out of the junior trainer. And we still have experience from him. So this is great. This is great. Watch us not be able to beat him. We'll get to level 19 on the junior trainer and then we won't be able to beat him. We'll be like trying, using tackle, and somehow he still is winning. Just constantly uses sand attack and we can't attack anymore. Oh my gosh, it just continues. It just continues. The Sandshrew is getting pretty inefficient. It's only doing 3 damage per hit now. Not bad. We might win this one. Yep, we win. Okay. Almost level 16 on the junior trainer. Pretty good, pretty good. All right, now we go back through the forest. We're gonna train. We're not gonna fight the bug catcher until we have struggle, and then we can black out to him, which is why I didn't buy the escape rope, because we can black out to the bug catcher instead. Tried for an encounter there, nothing. Rival. I don't know how much grinding we're gonna save. We'll see. Like when we get our Brock split, we'll have a sense for how much time we actually saved with the blackout training there. It's not gonna be 5 or 6 minutes. It's gonna be like 1.5 minutes, I think. Because like when you're training, you are fighting wild Pokemon. It is beneficial towards your time, but it is better to do the blackout training from a speed perspective. I know that some people don't like doing the blackout training because it feels like kind of against the rules of the run. Like if you're trying to beat the game and actually like win, like it's a bit weird to take losses intentionally. I originally felt that way when I was doing these solo challenges. I didn't like to take blackouts unless I absolutely had to. However, when I think about it, I do think the developers wanted you to black out. It was it's one way to progress, right? Like you keep fighting Lorelei and keep losing, but you're gaining little bits of experience here and there, and then eventually your Pokemon will level up and you'll overcome the obstacle. And it'll give you that big payoff moment. Like fighting the Elite Four and defeating the first 3 members over and over again and then losing to Lance, like I feel like that's kind of intended gameplay. So blocking out over and over to the same trainer and leveraging that towards the solo run ends up for me feeling both flavorful and being the best strategy. Yeah, and like Smash Mouth just said, I think anything that adds a strategical element is interesting. Whenever you can increase the number of choices that the player has, the more interesting the run becomes. When you decrease choice, the run becomes less interesting. So like in Generation 2, Red has Snorlax, which has Amnesia, and it's weak to physical moves. So you decrease choice by creating a move like Curse, which just solves the Snorlax and every Pokemon can learn. This does not make things more interesting. There is something to be said for overabundance of choice too. Like if there are too many choices for the player to make, then it can also become just like, it's just a stressful quagmire where you can do anything at any time and anything works. The problem is when you start playing a game at a very high level, even if it feels like there's infinite choice at the low level, by the time you're at the high level, it does not feel like there's infinite choice. There's a bunch of choices which are obviously bad, and then a few choices which end up being superior. And we can kind of see that in the solo challenges now. Like you get to a moment like this and you're like, well, there are different choices, but like the Lightyear Junior Trainer is the best choice. We kind of know what those are. It's been a really fun experience though, going through and figuring out all this stuff. I didn't do it alone, obviously. Like Lightyear's Junior Trainer comes from Van Man all those days ago. Okay, so we're gonna fight this guy now. We have struggle, but we're gonna wait. We're gonna struggle a little bit until we have lower health. Then we're gonna fight him when we know we can block out. Well, if we ever find a Pokemon, oh my gosh. What? Are you kidding? That was so long. That was so long. Perfect. We blocked out perfectly there. That was great. We got 2 Pokemon of experience. Now we can go back through and fight him. This time I'm not going to block out. We'll just walk back through the forest because we have a ton of PP. And we're getting close to our desired level. We're like 1.5 levels away. Yeah, we're so close that we can just win now, yeah. I agree. Okay. Wow, there's no Pokemon there? Alright. Okay, we're making actually a really good pace compared to the previous run because we haven't done... Yeah, there are a bunch of tiles where no wild Pokemon can spawn. I'm trying to walk on the ones where the Pokemon can spawn. It's the little, like, there's like patches that look like they have a little star on them. Those are the ones that they can't spawn in. Come on. Come on. The encounter rate is just really low here. 8%. Target level is 19. Yeah, Brock split last time 26-28, so we are very far ahead right now. Very far ahead. Even if we have like 2 or 3 resets to Brock, I still think we'll get a better split. I'm going to take like, I think I will take 3 resets on Brock just because of how slow this Brock split is and how painful all of this is. I don't want to have to do this again. Like, it's one thing resetting Brock when the Brock split is 5 minutes, but when the Brock split is like 20 minutes, each reset is so painful. We could potentially start fighting Brock around now and then level up from the Geodude. Like, I think we need to do a little bit more training, but we could potentially do that and then just block out to Brock if we lose and level up into the Onix if we win. But we have the PP. I'm just going to push forward and keep going. Wow. Maybe smog's going to be bad for a bit. Yeah, this is actually going to work out kind of perfectly. We are going to almost run out of PP at the same time that we get to level 19. After blocking out the bug catcher once. Uh-oh, just a second. Pause.
Hey, you doing okay? You okay? Wow. That's really concerning.
Little guy just had like a hairball or like a coughing attack. It was a coughing attack, haha. But not actually a joke. Like, he was just like, or they were just having like, yeah, really scary. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you could hear it, but it was a bit scary. Seems okay now, so I'm gonna go back to it. Come on. Yeah, maybe asthma? It might be asthma. That's what I was actually thinking. It looked like kitty asthma. Alright. Level 19. Let's go. Okay, so we're gonna be at Brock at 20 minutes. 20 minutes, this is pretty good. So we've got like 6.5 minutes to beat Brock to get a better Brock split. It was a tiny cat panting. I'm gonna go for this because we did decent damage first turn, and wow, it's getting bad now. There's a lot of defense curls here. Oh my gosh. That's actually, excuse me, at some point when it keeps using defense curl, it's actually good because it's not attacking us and we're rolling the dice for a crit. Like that. So like the defense curl initially is bad, but then we want it to use a lot of defense curls after about like 3 or 4 turns. This is actually going pretty well. We're gonna get first attempt Brock. That would be beautiful. This would be pure beauty if it's first attempt Brock. Don't jinx it. Come on. Yes! 5 minutes and 19 seconds faster than the first run. That is really good. Alright. I'm really happy with this. Great start to the run. So provided nothing else goes really wrong, and I don't think stuff will go really wrong because we've, like, the way that we solved a lot of the problems in this run is very solid. We weren't like solving a ton of stuff with luck. The only thing is the champion, but I don't think we're going to drop 5 minutes of time on the champion. Even if we did, though, that just gets us even with our Brock split, and we're going to save time everywhere else, so. I gotta say that I am really enjoying this Koffing run. I didn't think that was going to be the case, and I definitely procrastinated on doing this stream. But I'm actually really enjoying this. This is not nearly as bad as I was once thinking it was going to be. This run was so bad in yellow. And it... What? What? Sorry, there should be no encounters. We're gonna fight this guy. Yeah, we got a fast Paris too. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the encounters there. No idea. Weird. It's fixed now. This guy's always scary. I'm just gonna save. It's a great Brock split. I'll pay a 4-second attacks just to make sure that we don't get supersonic here and then lose the run. Yeah, good Rival 2, please. I know, because there was like Rival 2 is kind of sketchy, and we didn't really do anything to solve him, other than just being like the only solution to him is really just hope. So pray that the Pidgeotto isn't awful. All right, let's go. Dome Fossil. Yeah, we could take Blackouts to the Rival. That is true. Maybe I'll buy my repels and stuff first to facilitate that. So this is one thing you... Oh, yeah. You can buy your repels here, and then you can stock up on potions. Now if we black out to the Rival, we don't really lose anything. I'm going to save just in case we don't knock out the Pidgeotto, because it will be faster to reset than blackout if the Pidgeotto doesn't go down. So far so good. Okay, 1 sand attack. Only 1 sand attack. That's pretty good. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do we bide this? I don't really want to. Well, we should have, but... Oh, I should have taken the blackout. Sorry, I'm just so used to using the reset button. No. No, we can just remove training on Route 11 if we take the blackouts here. I'm sad I didn't take that one. Paris would have won. Yeah, Paris could have won. That is true. Because we didn't deposit Paris. We got this time, though. This is not that bad. One fast reset, one very long reset here to the Rival, but overall, pretty good. Yeah, we even gained a little bit of time. 8 seconds over the previous run there. Love it. The time loss I probably deserved it, Brock. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Getting through Brock with no resets. Although we did play the safer strategy, but I thought I was going to have at least one there. And those resets against Brock would have been slow. Because the Geodude just takes so long. I would reset the run. Okay, sure. Well, then I encourage you to do your own runs. It would be great to see someone else push Koffing to the limit and not get any resets there. Uh-oh. Well. Please. Attack us. Oh my gosh. That was so sketchy. Zubats can be scary sometimes. Remember when I saved before the other guy? That's why. Luckily this time Paris didn't ruin our run and knock out the Zubat. That would have been disastrous. Koffing run is my hobby. Oh, I love that. Yeah, you gotta start doing the minimum battles, Brock, with Koffing. Yeah, the strategy for Misty is bide. It can fail, but it can also win really quickly. And there isn't really another good strategy. You can backtrack to her, but then you don't get to surge as fast, and I don't think that that's as good. I think it's just better to fight her right away with bide. Yeah, I think I've... Cesaric? Yeah, I think I've got a lot better at this game. I'm definitely needing a lot less reminders about things. Hopefully bide will work quickly here on the Geodude and we won't be delayed a lot. Well, probably should have healed. Not ideal. That's good. Poison only does 1/16 damage in this game. So bad. I think we're gonna lose. Maybe not. No! So close. Ah, this thing is so slow. It's so frustrating. Okay. I think now we do this. Just to try and speed stuff up as much as we can. Yeah, we got it this time. Yeah, I know I got punished for the heal skip. I shouldn't have skipped it. Honestly, it was more of a heal forget than a heal skip. I wasn't intentionally thinking about it. I wasn't like, oh, it's going to be so good to skip the heal here. Just like, didn't do it. Oops. Do we have a... Yeah. No, I'm not resetting the run. This is Koffing. We're half hour into this second playthrough. If I reset the run now, we're never going to finish on stream. I look forward to seeing your video about the optimized Koffing playthrough. It's going to be fun. Why not wheezing? I will do wheezing. We're just not doing wheezing today. We're going to do wheezing later in the year. I think wheezing, Gengar, Arbok, Muck, Haunter, Ghastly all have to get done in October. I think that's the only time that makes sense to do those Pokemon in this format. Yeah, Brock was level 19. It was very slow. Blacked out 17 times. One of them was unintentionally blacking out to a Zubat person who used Supersonic. Ah, X defend turn 1. Not ideal. Well, a lot of tackles. That's good. At least no water guns. Okay, come on. Bubble beam me now. Bubble beam. Oh, that's good. Yep, bye-bye. Really good Misty. Dropped a little bit of time here, but not really an important amount of time. Yeah, it has been like a month since I've been doing regular streams because I did a vacation for 2 weeks and didn't stream at all during that time. And then I only did one stream since I've been back. Okay. Alakazam is beating the game right now. Remember that. So many sand attacks. No. Yeah, yellow is way harder for coughing. Yeah, I can bide here. Like, you can. You can also just bide and then they go for sand attack 4 times and you're just like, well, I'm pretty sad about that now. I already did that. Sometimes when you're going for bide, it feels like the AI knows that you're doing it. They just like play around it really well. I'm sure everyone who's done these runs has felt that on Misty. Every time in yellow you fight Misty and then you go bide and she's just like harden, harden, harden. And then you're like, okay, bide. And you're underspeeding and then she's like bubble beam, harden, harden. Like, come on. Uh-oh. Sonic Boom does a decent amount there. Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! It is so lucky it did not Sonic Boom. Terrifying. That could have been brutal. It's really funny hitting these things with smog. Oh no! Stop, 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 stop! Thank you. Oh my gosh. I love this section of the game with Koffing where you're using Ethers on Tackle. Ethers on Tackle is Ethers on Tackle is a band name. I feel like it would be like a kind of a weird genre band. Like, I don't know, funk or something. That trainer is good to fight. No, we need rest for the champion. Fuck, maybe soft rock. Yeah. I think we might have to flex in the Jigglypuff trainer here. I don't know if our experience is going to be enough after the gentleman. I think we can do this with the number of smogs. I think we can. Because we just take so much damage from the champion's Alakazam. It doesn't make sense to not have rest before the... Yeah, we're going to flex in the Jigglypuff trainer. Cool. I think she has Jigglypuff. No, she has Rattata and a Pikachu. What? Is this different in yellow? I think this might be different in yellow. Oh, he did buy 1 Paralyzed Heal, so we have to use it now. 29. This was the target level, so that we can use 3 candies. 1, 2, 3, and get Sludge. Maybe you should have full restored that. I am going to save. My stat experience is different. I think I have 1 less speed than I was supposed to have for this fight. So we do not tie the Kadabra like we were going to before. This is an outcome of me doing more blackout grinding to the junior trainer than we intended to do. Because this time we won at almost level 16. Last time we won at level 13. So that's where, that's where stat experience changes. It doesn't matter though. I think that fight is actually so consistent with the sludge strategy that it doesn't really matter. Like, even if the Kadabra attacks with confusion, it just doesn't do enough. The way you lose there is if it confuses you. Luckily it didn't. Look, I remembered to do that in the right order this time. Okay, this was the worst battle of the last playthrough. Can't believe I'm saying that. But this is gonna be fine now. We have Sludge. Ah, Surge. X speed, perfect. Yeah, Bide is gonna be used against the self-destructing hiker. That's it. That's the last thing it's useful for. Oh my gosh, so much better. Look, look at the improvement on the Surge split. I love it. That is the biggest improvement I've ever seen on Surge. I can't believe that. 11 minutes and 48 seconds ahead of the previous run. Let's go. We really struggled with Surge last time. Okay, we get rid of Smog here. I've got a daytime thunderstorm in my area. That's awesome. I love thunderstorms. Thunderstorms are my favorite weather. We had a big storm yesterday. So much rain. It was really nice. And then my wife was like, will you go out and get me Dairy Queen? I'm like, yes, I will. So I braved the weather and the terrible visibility on the road to retrieve a confetti cake blizzard. The confetti cake blizzard, I actually want one now. Maybe I'll get one after this stream. So good. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna do that. This guy's never good. Yeah, my goal is to be an A+ husband. Doing my best. This was not that bad. I'm not even gonna heal for the next guy. I will repel, of course, though. I love storms. My mom did a really good job when I was a kid of making storms something that wasn't scary. She was always like, oh, it's okay, we can turn off the lights and like just watch the storm from in the house, we'll be safe, and like look at the lightning, isn't that cool? And she would talk to me about like how lightning happens, and it was really great. And I think because of that, now whenever it gets thunderstorms, I'm like, I just love it. It's like so cozy. Okay. Pray for me. Yeah, power outages are less fun now. Yes! Let's reflect it back. Let's go! Oh, okay. Well, not enough, but we'll just live now. We'll just live this one going for self-destruct, yeah. Koffing's great for this fight. I had a power outage the other day. Luckily, I had to run a ton of errands, so it didn't actually impact my work. I have a big battery connected to my computer, so like if it does go down, I have about 30 minutes to like save everything and stop the run that I'm doing, stuff like that. But even that's not enough to actually do work when the power is just out for an extended period of time. Luckily, I get power outages where I'm at like so rarely. It's like, I don't know. We get them like maybe once every 3 years. It's just really rare. Okay. I got crit by Graveler once. Yeah. Or then they self-destruct and they Gen 1 miss. Those are always fun interactions. Six power outages a year. Wow, that's a lot. And it really like matters how long they last too, because if they last for a long time, like all your frozen food and stuff will just thaw out and you'll waste it all. That's really rough. My power outage was like maybe 45 minutes. Or no, it was like maybe like 2 hours. I was out doing stuff, so it felt like 45 minutes. When I was a kid though, power outages were unacceptable because I had to play StarCraft and Pokemon. If we have no power, then how can we do those things? Let's go. I'm going to invest this time instead of the one carbos that I got last time. I'm just going to get all calcium this time. I'm actually not going to have enough money. That's fine. We'll just get the calcium and skip the carbos. Ooh. Beautiful. Has a power outage ever happened during a run? No, it hasn't. The worst thing that's ever happened to me during a run is my computer just crashing. Which is surprisingly only happened like once. I have a pretty good track record now for runs just going according to plan. What am I forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Am I forgetting something? No, I'm not. Last time I had rest on my set. Oh, and then I took smokescreen, but we never used smokescreen once, so it was just useless. That's what it was. So like bide tackle, it feels like there's 2 unused move slots right now, and there essentially are, but if we want the flexibility to have both mimic at the same time as Fire Blast late into the game, we can't teach Rust now. Because we're going to keep Sludge and Thunderbolt throughout the rest of the run. There's no move reminder, so we cannot get them back, and there's only a single Thunderbolt TM. Just going to use the HP up, I think. Yeah, the Paris and the Doduo, they show up right away until I register them in my Pokedex, and then they go away so that we don't have any variance between runs. That way we can rank the Pokemon more fairly. No problems with Ghastly today, that's nice. Normally there's one of those trainers that just gets really bad. Okay. Oh, we did use smokescreen last time on the Nidoqueen, but it'll be fine. Yeah, Zealous is like always trying to make moves like Thunderbolt, Fire Blast, and stuff work. It's like his thing. Like if I can use Hydro Pump instead of Surf, I'm going to. That's how he thinks through the game. It's great. Thunder's actually kind of good in Gen 2 with Rain Dance. I did my Magnemite video for that. And have I released that? I think I've released that. Did I release that? I don't remember. Spoilers if I haven't released that. I'm about to spoil it. I'm pretty sure I've released it. It ends up being better with Rain Dance and Thunder than it is with Curse, which is so fun. Love it when Curse is not the answer. If Skull Bash raised defense, it would be useful in this game, but it doesn't. It would be great if it did. It would be such a cool move if it raised defense. Look, we're just gaining more and more time. Like, small amounts on each split. It's great. Alright, so we're going to get the last PP up here. Once we get the last PP up, during one of the next 3 fights, I will switch Thunderbolt into slot 1, and then we'll use all the PP ups at the same time as efficiently as possible. So we'll probably put Thunderbolt in slot 1 now. Okay. Oh, it's a like 49% chance on those to knock them out in 1 hit. Small amounts since Surge, I should have said that. But yeah, it's Surge, we gained a lot. Nice. Where is it? There it is. This fight becomes a lot easier. No, we don't want to learn self-destruct. This fight becomes a lot easier if you just have a ton of Thunderbolt. I forgot to use my max elixir last time. I'll pick it up this time again, but remember to use it in Sylph to extend the training. It's like literally 1 tile off the main path. So if you are going to do a lot of training with a Pokemon, I like to get it because you can pick it up before Sylph. And then you can avoid 1 heal during Sylph. The only issue is if it clogs your bag and then you can't pick up an important item. Pretty good Safari Bike up until there. We did get the cycling road candy. Yeah. Okay. We're not going to do multiple vitamin buys, no, speedrunner. I didn't need them the first time around. Because we're not like pushing to outspeed anything with Koffing, and there's no massive threat at the end of the game like there is in yellow version with the Sand Slash. We have to 2-hit the Alakazam no matter what. Our damage ranges don't really change that much. I don't think it's always bad. I'm definitely not saying it's always bad. With Magnemite and stuff like that, maybe it's better. I'm going to have to redo Magnemite soon, so I'm probably going to look at what you did with Magnemite. Because I got to redo that one soon. That's a bad Pokemon. Magnemite is not good. Yikes. Especially in yellow. Magneton, on the other hand, is a decent electric type for yellow. It's probably the best... I think it is the best non-legendary electric type in yellow. Am I wrong, or is Electabuzz slightly better? I'd have to look at my tier list again. But Magnemite's really good as far as electric types go. Electric types obviously in yellow are just really not that good. I think I fought this guy. Yeah. I don't want to fight that guy this time. I'm going to fight this guy instead. This guy doesn't give good experience yields, but I fought the Cubone guy last time and it took like 8 turns. Slowly knocking everything out with Sludge. We don't want to do that. Jolteon's pretty bad. I don't think it's going to give it a run for its money. I came back and played Jolteon. I was like, oh, this thing's not that good. I think Magneton's much better than Jolteon. Whenever I'm like ranking stuff in my head like this, though, I'm always willing to just change my mind based on results. Like, Just show me the results. That's see you later, speedrunner. Just show me good results, and then I'll be like, okay, that Pokemon's good. Sometimes I don't see the strategies, or it's not clear to me exactly how a Pokemon is going to perform really well, or how I played them in the past was suboptimal, and then I have that kind of like tarnishing my view of the Pokemon. If Raichu started with Surf, it would be really good. Yeah. Raichu would have potential, but unfortunately, Raichu is just... They gave it nothing. So... I'm gonna use some stuff here. Wait, one more battle? And then... that did nothing, oh my gosh. Is that gonna do more? Is that a crit? I think that was a crit. Okay. Yeah, Magneton is quite good in red. I've ran Magneton before. I think I got like 42 minutes time. It's quite good. That was like 2 years ago though. Maybe 2.5 now. That video is old now. Electabuzz, or Magneton versus Electrode. Time flies when you're having fun. We gotta keep training. Oh. This guy's great. This guy's great to fight. Yeah, Voltorb is very bad. Voltorb is a really bad Pokemon. Especially if you're not allowed to use Double Team for Giovanni. Then it's gotta be one of the worst Pokemon. Truly awful. Yeah, when you hit Magneton with the poison move, it's like, it's fine. Yeah, it's not Steel type in this game. Like, just increasing my Thunderbolt PP and then using the Max Elixir there with the PP, like the PP ups into the Max Elixir, it extended our training so significantly here. I think Electabuzz gets Thunder Punch, though, right around when it's getting Thunderbolt anyway. So it doesn't really help it significantly accelerate its pace. I think that's how I remember it. I want to check something. I think this is the correct level and I wrote it down wrong. Because I think I remember going in at 47, and there's no way that I'm going to get to 48 before the rival. Oh, I did it differently last time. I went to Koga first, which gave me more levels for this. I'm going to go to Koga first. Yeah. It's fine. I always recommend to people when they want to play a bad Pokemon, I'm like, go play Koffing. Like, this feels like one of those Pokemon that it has very few tools, Luckily, backtracking out of that location doesn't really cost that much time. We're also a higher level now, so this fight is going to be significantly easier. Last time the Drowsy were surviving. This time they're not. Love the switch on the Kadabra. And then recover. I'm enjoying Koffing. This has been fun. You know, Koffing is actually one of my favorite Pokemon now that I'm an adult. Because we have this little, like, Koffing plushie. It's so perfect. Koffing is the perfect plushie Pokemon. Because it's round, so it's super simple, and it looks like looks very accurate. Yeah, it's so cute. I remember you really encouraged me to run it when the overlay was first released. Yeah. Like, come on, do it. Do it. Run this thing. No to explosion. Uh-oh. Well, it's just going to self-destruct. We're fine now. Hello, everyone. Hello, Barlow. How's it going? Yep. Wait. You know what? There's not really a reason to go back to the rival if we dig out like this. Oh, there is. This is red. This is red version. Always remember, red version. Gotta get the Lapras. Okay, rival. I'm so glad that sand attack missed. We're fine. If that Alakazam had Psychic. Wow, we're really ahead in this split. We've gained more time too. Huh. Sweet. Got it. The guy with Marowak can be annoying, and then I want to have the full restore before Giovanni. Got the Lapras, right? Hopefully we poison the Rhyhorn, and then hopefully the Nidoqueen isn't too bad. I think I might bide the Nidoqueen, actually. Do I have an Ether still? Yep. Alright. There's a possibility of digging. I don't want to do it. Obviously, I don't think this is ideal, but like if this battle was brutal because of Rhyhorn or something like that, you could... Oh, that's really great. You could just dig out of here. And then go fight Blaine, teach Fire Blast, and then come back and win this fight. This is what I was scared of. This was fine with rest, but without rest, it's a bit sketchy. I think once we poison this, we bite on it. Oh, then it stops attacking. Okay. Well, that did a lot. I think we won some interactions there. So bad. I think we're dead. Yep. I think we are going to do Fire Blast. That's the play here. This is not really good. We'll be at a higher level anyways if we do it this way. That's one unanticipated implication of not teaching rest early. If we get to level... We might actually be able to candy before Giovanni. Depends on how the experience works out. We're gonna see. We are learning a few things about the mid-game, at least. Yeah, but I didn't do anything because paralysis canceled my my attack with it. Oh, you got a little sneeze? Poor guy. Little sneezing kitty. When the cats go to like the shelters, because there's like so many cats, like hundreds of cats all beside each other living in very close proximity, they all get like respiratory infections and stuff like that. So usually when we get a foster, they have to isolate from the other cats in the house so that they can get over whatever illnesses they've had from the shelter. And right now this little guy's got this little cat has got some kind of sneeze and then a cough. The first of the tumble bros. Now we take a tumble. Oh. I pressed start slightly too early, and then I pressed down because I knew I needed to use the down arrow on the menu. But then I just walked one step down and ran into a ponyta. Mistimed inputs. Okay. Fight Surge now. Sorry, not Surge, Blaine. Roughly equivalent, but different person. Scott, you have so many cats, you've acquired a system for getting more. Well, no, we have 3 cats, like our resident cats, and then we usually have 1 foster cat at all times. That's kind of normally what it is. Or like my in-laws are out of town, so then we have their cat. That's the system. It's kind of wild thinking that a long time ago I didn't like cats that much. Like, go watch my old Meowth video. I really go into Meowth, and then a bunch of people came out and were like, Meowth is amazing! You've offended me. Stop. Alright, level 53. Blaine. This guy's so bad. Look at that stomp. In yellow, that stomp would have done way more damage because the Rapidash is like 10 levels higher. Oh no. Wow, we'll still win. Still another time gain there in the Blaine split, even though we had a, I would say, fairly inefficient mid-game. We're gonna go back and fight Giovanni right now because the candies don't line up well. Okay, Giovanni. Just attack this like this. Well, this is way better, so do it like this. Level 53 Pokemon still running Biden Tackle. Yeah, that might be the longest we've had Biden Tackle on a set in one of these solo runs. It was pretty long. Sorry. We need 2 candies. 2 more candies. Yeah, Koffing is one of those really unfortunate Pokemon that the move pool is just so bad. A long time ago, that's why I thought it was going to be really interesting to run in Crystal, because Crystal tends to be a more fun game to solo run when you have either a lot of really interesting options, like the Porygon line, or almost no interesting options, like the Koffing line. Then you're just like, or no like good options, because Koffing doesn't get any of the like good stuff. So I do think it gets like return and stuff though. Candies. Okay, Sabrina. The Alakazam is the only thing it can attack, but it can't do enough damage, even if it crits. It might do enough damage if it max rolls a crit with my current health, but yeah. Now we teach Mimic. We have Fire Blast for Giovanni. We're a higher level than last time. Like, Fire Blast will help take this thing out quicker than last time. Whoa! Good job, Koffing. Perfect time to crit. Tackle in slot 1, so that then I can teach Mimic very quickly. Okay, we pray here. Pray that Giovanni is not awful. Come on. Come on, please. Please, 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 please. Actually, that's amazing. He gave us badge boosts to speed us up. And then we moved first against the Doug Trio. So basically the perfect scenario there. Love it. And remember, the Rhydon cannot attack us. It's locked into either Guard Spec or Fissure. Alright, even with some mistakes, we have maintained our advantage from Surge and built on it throughout the mid-game. Alright, we're going to Mimic Agility here. Not from Pidgeot, though. We can just knock it out. We're going to Mimic Agility from the Growlithe. I love that we don't level up for the Alakazam, so that we get the badge boosts for knocking it out quicker. We do have to two-shot the Blastoise, but that's not a huge deal. Unlike most runs, where that is a big deal. It's nice not having to optimize around that fight for once, Because that fight has been, I would say, like an optimization choke for a lot of the runs. And it's kind of haunts me ever after the Paris stream. Oh no. What am I doing? This cave is a letdown. It's not what it was before, and the boulders are trash. Yellow boulders are bad. I think the yellow boulders might be worse than the... Maybe not worse than the red boulders. The red boulders just and brown boulders look so generic, because I'm used to them being that color in yellow version. Not a fan of this color scheme, though. This right here, the purple here is pretty good, but not as good as the purple from Ekans. Purple from Ekans, the cave there, oh, it's good. So good. Almost a little too good, actually. Whew. Hey, we could still do 120. No way. All right. Here we go. Elite 4 time. Okay, I have one superstition in solo running Generation 1, and that is when you stand on top of Lorelei, she beats you. I don't know where this came from, but I have every time I stand on top of her, I get really bad results, and then I move and save and then beat her. So this is like my weird Scott's Thoughts superstition about Lorelei. Never save or battle her from above. I don't know why, but it's a thing. Like, it's like, I'm always looking for her to, like, not surf me with the Slowbro in yellow, and then she always does when I'm standing on top of her. Like, nice. Oh my gosh. This is so much better than it was last time. I can't believe it. Wow. It doesn't matter, okay. Rest in the place of Fire Blast. Lorelei. No, not Lorelei, Agatha. We're just thinking about Lorelei a lot right now. Mimic. Well. Okay, that went bad. Yeah, battling Agatha from on top is fine. Yeah, that's fine. There's no issues with Agatha. Lorelei, though, you gotta be careful. Stop. Stop! This is a terrible Agatha. Absolutely terrible. Wow. Why didn't we keep Fire Blast? It's not useful for anything else after this. Because we're gonna use Horn Drill to knock out the Rhydon on the champions team. Scott is running me into unexpected ways. Yeah. This has been rough. Alright, we're finally making some progress here. Well, we level up after this. We planned that. Thanks to Red Riosi, I think it was. Do I do it now? No. I want to avoid it if I can. Alright, we're going to do it now. Doesn't recover the speed, but at least we get consistency again. The final Gengar does not have hypnosis. So. Okay, we did it. Wow, I can't believe we didn't drop time there. We actually gained time. Let's go. Grab agility. Set up with agility. Win for free. Yeah, Agatha was slow in the first run for sure. And then we have Thunderbolt for this and the Dragonite that follows. If it uses Barrier, it doesn't matter as long as we're spamming Thunderbolt. Oh, the Hyper Potion there to slow us down. Bit annoying, but we got a crit. Sped things up a bit. Nice. Oh, gained another 5 seconds. Not bad, not bad. Okay, now we've reached the final boss of the run. Here we go. Champion time. Do you think there's a faster Pokemon to speedrun? Yeah. Like, yeah, like Mewtwo and stuff will be faster than Nidoking. Okay. Not getting great luck here. We're not going to do under 120. That's fine. We're going to crush our earlier time. We have so long to get this right. Crit there, okay. Not getting great Pidgeots, I gotta say. Wow, that's pretty good. Crit? No, but paralyze. Nice. Awesome. Crit. Alright. Beautiful. Well, I tried. Oh my gosh. We got some good badge boosts, I guess. And it gives us the one shot there. It's actually a benefit of using a bunch of horn drills. Okay, 121.06. 13 resets, 18 blackouts. Finish the game at level 69. Nice. Even gained some time over the Lance split. We were 19 minutes and 15 seconds ahead of the previous pace. And then the champion, we were 19 minutes and 34 seconds ahead of the previous pace. I think everyone here can see that this run can go much faster than this if you just get some better luck at key fights like Agatha, stuff like that. But overall, I think this is like a pretty good Koffing run. Like, I'm really happy with this time. This time, I think, holds up really well compared to previous years of Koffing playthroughs. I also think Koffing is better than I thought it was. It just is. At least in red version. Maybe I'll come back and do yellow again and then be like, no, I take it back. Okay. Tier list. It did not get a time under 120, so it's not going to be alongside Ekans in the F tier. It's going to be Surge tier. Although I'm really happy with it. I think this Surge tier result is a lot better in the Surge tier than I was expecting. I kind of thought we might get Bruno tier today with Koffing, and it really isn't that bad. It didn't beat Paris, so it's going to be behind Paris in the Surge tier. Yeah, Yellow Lance is so much worse for sure. Ekans had a time of 1:14:15. Koffing did not really come that close to this. I think if you played... Like, Ekans had 15 resets and 11 blackouts. I think if you played the game time, 4 hours and 26 minutes on Ekans. What's the Koffing game time? 4 hours and 58 minutes. Some of that is me just like wandering around, not knowing exactly what to do with Giovanni in the mid game. But overall, I do think that Ekans is the slightly faster Pokemon if we play infinite number of runs. Or we play 1,000 runs. I think Ekans is on average going to be faster than Koffing. That said, just like Koffing's Brock split alone just ruins it a lot. And Ekans has wrapped to solve a bunch of problems. So the more times you play Ekans playthrough, the more Ekans is going to shave off of its run, and Koffing is just going to get ceilinged by Brock, which pushes its time high no matter what it does later on in the game. That said, I think Koffing's results are quite respectable today. That said, of Team Rocket Pokemon, both of these two are going to get completely destroyed by Meowth. Meowth is pretty good for a first stage Pokemon, so we're going to do Meowth next. I'm not going to promise when that's going to be. It might be next Thursday. It might be on Sunday, but probably not on Sunday. Most likely Thursday, maybe Friday if Thursday doesn't happen. Sunday, Thursday, and Friday are the days that I stream if I have time. Okay, this was fun. Hope everyone enjoyed Koffing. I had so much fun playing this thing. A lot more fun than I was expecting, actually. And the stream wasn't ridiculously long. I have been live right now for like 4 hours and 30 minutes. Will there be a Wobbuffet backport run? Yeah, we've already finished the backport for it. We did it a long time ago. I just haven't played it and made the video. Okay, thanks for watching. I'm not going to do a post stream on Twitch today. I am just going to take off because there's lots of stuff for me to do that I have to attend to right away. So thanks for watching, and if you made it this far, you're incredible. See you next time.